Why, hello there, universe. Happy day of the week to ya. I'm very tired in your chat, and I'm glad you're here with me. We're going to be starting Nullius today. Believe it or not, we finished Ultra Cube last time. I don't really feel a reason to keep pushing Ultra Cube any further. So we're going to be doing this, and I am tired, as I said, and I apologize. All I have done so far is boot it up so I knew that it would work for sure. And then this was the screen I saw, and then I saved it and closed it. So we'll begin from here. You're a von Neumann android. Thank you for noticing. Not many people do. After hundreds of years of relativistic travel, your probe has arrived at its target planet. You've been activated with a small payload of essential equipment. This lifeless planet is relatively poor in heavy elements and lacks a breathable atmosphere. Thank goodness we are a probe then. Or android, I suppose. Despite these minor deficits, it's overall classified as a superb candidate for terraforming. Your mandate is to develop an industrial capacity necessary to terraform this planet, seed it with life, and build a wave of successors to continue on to new planets. So we're going to go ahead and self-replicate, I think, and that's probably our plan. Oh, no. All right, so there's broken buildings. I think there's a lot of fluids in this, so that's probably going to be a problem in itself. Almost certainly. The lab gives... Oh, interesting. Are the rest of these mineable too? Oh, they are. Normally I leave the buildings intact, but they actually have resources from them for once. I wonder if you're intended to. I kind of want to leave it for now, though. Let's assess the situation. I don't know much about this mod, other than the fact that people have told me that it would be a good candidate to play next, so we're queuing it up and playing it next. I guess we have ores. I guess bauxite and sandstone are weird. We've got 3 patches adjacent to each other pretty much though, so starting automation and stuff's probably gonna be simple. I mean, simple is relative, right? I just mean we don't need a bunch of belts. I did pies for a little while. I would say like 3 or 4 hours. Salvage the lab from the wreckage. All right, we're salvaging the lab from the wreckage. I'm sorry for doubting that ahead of time, but I did a little bit of pies, and I think the most annoying thing was the logistics situation. I don't think I ever made it to splitters. I might have made it to undergrounds, but I don't remember. I think I might have. All right, cool. So we have Geology 1 as a tech we could do, which is analysis of mineral composition and soil conditions. We have to get some iron ore, bauxite, and sandstone. Does this produce power? It's mineable for power. Oh, we have power poles and solar panels, actually. We don't need that. Guess we'll just start power down here for now. Okay. We'll have a small solar field. I don't want to make it too close over here, though. I will move it later on, but for now, we'll put it nearby. I feel like oftentimes solar fields just take up a ridiculous amount of space in total, so I don't really want to waste too much on them. No. Think about, oh, we actually pick up things extremely slowly. But think about how many resources we're going to save if we space these properly. Aw, nuts. I don't think we can space these properly. That's good enough. Why are you running already? I guess because it's of local mineral composition and soil conditions. Weird. Is science just like passive in this? There's no chance, because we saw that there's a recipe. Interesting. So we've done our preliminary Geology 1 research. Can get access to smelting iron, which I think was a resource we were getting from breaking down one of our main buildings. Looks like 5 iron ores, 2 ingots, and 1 gravel. I believe this mod pack is very, very heavy on dealing with unwanted secondaries. That's the one thing I remember reading. So we'll have to get good enough to deal with it, but we'll deal with it over time. Holy guacamole, I'm tired. I think I will pick up the ship and whatnot, though. Especially if it's got a bunch of iron on it, but I don't know. If we don't have to, I kind of like having it here. But surely as like a von Neumann probe, we would just use everything available to us. Why are the pipes red? Solid questions, but ones that I lack an answer to. So our scrap miners... hello super fast jellyfish, good to see you. Do have a max consumption, so they are using power. So I think what we're actually going to do, even though I just placed these down, is to move all of this over here. Because we don't need to necessarily be near water. I was thinking we were going to do steam for our power, but that does not seem to be the case. So may as well set up all of our stuff over there. Since we only have 15 power poles, granted we can break down more stuff to get more stuff, but for now I think it's a pretty okay place to start by just moving all of our belongings over there. So what is a broken machine? I can't place one. I imagine we can repair one, or maybe we can just like deal with it and break it down into like materials or something. I don't know. Oh, we have some bots as well. Hold on. You didn't tell me bots are on the menu. Do you have a Roboport? Holy guacamole, I sure do. Looking at that cool silver spider drone, you've got me interested. All right, great. So we'll look at solar panels. Apparently I can only set ghost ones. Presumably because I haven't researched them yet. I'll have to, I mean, I guess I can use shift to place them, but it won't be meaningfully quicker. We'll do it like this. This should help us out. Construction mods are going to be nice, like very nice. I've considered running a mod before to like start with them in other saves, but I've never done it. This lets me justify it. So being that our primary sources of materials are not coal, we're not going to need to set up any miners that feed into themselves. We do have some explosives too. We've got some chests, which is nice. Are they different than normal? I see that they're from a mod. They're just smaller. Hitting you with the cold hard facts. Bigger is in fact always better. Okay, I was like, our power is really bad now. It's just nighttime. Cool. Well, we'll take some time to explore a little bit while we can't get anything else. We would like one more small miner, but we cannot get access to one. I guess we'll go break down our wreckage. Normally I'm against it, but it seems like not a mincer, a miner. By the time we get mining 1, it's actually quite far down. Interestingly enough, I imagine there's going to be more of a focus. I mean, I think the focus is supposed to be more on fluids, but this is justifiable enough for me to collect some stuff we may or may not need. So this has a bunch of broken solar panels in it. This has a smelter, which I imagine we're going to want, or perhaps even need. Actually, I think we literally need it because we don't have another one. We can get small furnace very quickly, but I think we need to pick it up ahead of time. All right, I'm sucking it up. This does hurt me a little bit, but I'm sucking it up. Is that crushers in there? There's a small storage chest. Oh, a logistics chest already. That's cool. I mean, I guess it makes sense if we have bots and whatnot. Air filter. Oh boy, this is going to be complex. I suddenly missed my cube. How did this happen? Let it be known, I think this is the first playthrough I've ever willingly mined up part of my crash ship. But I am a von Neumann probe. I will play the role of the von Neumann probe that I must be. And gather my broken pieces and put them into something different. Oh, it feels so empty now. I know the ship can't be taken to like leave the planet, but it just feels so empty. Sweet, so we begin mining iron ore at a fairly slow pace. Is this going to be the kind of situation where you need to set a recipe on here? We don't have any recipes at all yet. That makes sense because our current goal was to gather enough ores to stick into a science pack and then use that science pack to progress our labs a little bit. So might as well do what we can. We will craft some more of these. We just need to get some sandstone, which is not this down here, surprisingly. This is the bauxite. Do the rocks hold any of these? They sure heckin' do. Nice thing about bots is you can get lots of materials from rocks very quickly. Seems like it's primarily bauxite, though, which is probably like a logical, geological thing, right? But I'm still mad because I want it to be sandstone. Although we probably have enough sandstone now. Yeah, we're okay. At least 2 of those are done. Handcrafting appears to be extremely slow. Perhaps the science pack on its own is just extremely slow. It does have a 30-second crafting time. Okay, cool. Good to know. Well, may as well start tossing them in here as soon as we make them. We do have a good chunk of inserters and belts. Looks like we are rocking 15 per second. Few big power poles, which are called pylons in this case. I think the wire each on power pole 1 is bigger, which is interesting. Okay, let's queue up our... What do we want to do first? Do we really need smelting? This one... I guess these are both fine. I was thinking these took away. This takes 2 and this takes 1. Smelting could be useful. Being able to hand mine better is going to be quite nice. What does this lead into? Water filtration. I guess we'll queue this one for now. I'm honestly, like, I'm not super intimidated by the premise of us needing to deal with a lot of fluids, but I am going to put it off for like the first minute or so. Iron smelting is done quite quickly. So what do we have? It says checkpoint iron ingot assay. It's produced 16 iron ingots. So I assume there's probably going to be more checkpoints. Checkpoint small furnace 1 demonstration. Okay, so checkpoints appear to be like our primary progression sciences to keep us on track. Toggle pump demonstration. Hydrogen sample. All right, cool. Cool. No, I'm down. I like it. It's an interesting vibe to it. I want to try to get to drills as soon as possible and crafters. That feels very important to me. So let's look at the miners really quick. It appears to be fairly far down this path here and a lot of stuff on the way. I mean, it makes sense. Like, we don't know how to... I guess we don't have the supplies to mechanical engineer for now. Cool. It's going to take both of these paths, so we may as well start going down here. We can't just beeline the metal one and call it good to go. Can we mess with this for now? What do you do? Not a gosh darn thing so far. It makes sense we don't have any recipes for ya. We have some machines to start, though, which is something. It's certainly better than nothing. I guess I'll go gather more bauxite, maybe. This is a calcite rock. Interesting. Is it because it's in a calcite biome? A crystal rock? No way. I'm gonna fill my inventory with so much garbage. What if it's like a special research to find a crystal rock and it's like the rarest thing in the game? It wasn't. Alumina and silica. Oh, I'm so cooked. I do not have a background in chemistry. I do live with a chemistry doctor, kind of soon to be doctor, but I really lack the desirable chemistry background that I think I might be expected to have for this. We'll figure it out though. Right, so we can actually smelt some of our iron now, which could have some positive effects to it. So why don't we start doing that in the meantime? Let's put some belts on our belt, or on our tool belt thing, and some inserters. Just for the time being, we're very limited on what we have available to us. Assuming we can filter this. We cannot filter our normal inserters. Okay, alright, I see you. Whoa. Large chest 1 is huge. Holy guacamole. Bigger is always better, winning again, truly. Cool, so we got some gravel, which I assume is not super useful. I wonder why it says void in 3. Maybe you need 3 of them to successfully void them out. That would make sense. Then we have iron, which I do know is Fe. So that's something. What do we got next? So iron working allows us to make iron plates, iron rods, iron sheets, and repair broken pylons. Okay, that could be very useful. Plumbing gives us access to pipes, which is, I mean, probably pretty useful. We can filtrate seawater into saline water and wastewater. All right, I see you. Making progress on this passively, that's fine. This requires a pack we don't have yet, actually, but we've researched. How do we make that pack? It's 5,000 air and 4,000 seawater. So, gosh, I guess we'll split ourselves both ways. Might as well. This is the only research we can do right now, but let's go ahead and start getting. It was the hydro plant that does the filtration. It makes the research. Okay, cool. So, we are going to need to get somewhere close to water. I'm hoping that this one over here works because we're a little bit tight on stuff. I guess we do have some pylons, actually. We're just fine. I'm going to go pylon. If I can use this over here, I'm going to use this. But if not, we'll go over to there. But I think keeping it a little bit closer would be a good idea. So this pump is for distance. This valve is for single direction flow to prevent backflow. And this is seawater intake. Cool. So we can use this over here. So we may as well just tap into here for now. Save ourselves a little bit of headache. Pylon range is fine. I don't know why I'm being so, like... I don't want to say standoffish about it. I just expected it to be more. It's a pylon, right? Alright. Toss that in there. Get iron working. We do have 2 seawater intakes, so I don't know why we wouldn't use them. Being that we're kind of limited right now on the fact that we cannot, like, make our own stuff effectively, and we're just, like, working with what we broke out of the ship, going to try my best to not waste too many things and use up everything we can. Your herd pipe was good, so surely there must be a pipe too, and now somehow there is. We're out of power, but again, it's just because we're running off those solar panels. Oh, we got more of them as well. Get rid of this blueprint. Certainly should put down more. And we have some accumulators that I didn't put down as well, I just saw. So let us start a rudimentary solar farm here. Solar farm is a pretty generous way to put what we're going to do. Whoops. That's better. This is kind of like right in the middle of everything, which has its downsides for sure. But for now, like, we kind of want to stay close to home, you know? We don't have that many power poles to waste. And with that logic, I'm going to be using basically any pole that's like on the way somewhere. That's going to be the helm of some of these accumulators. I don't want them to overlap too hard. There we go. But now we can start at least a little bit of power. They only have 15 megajoules each, but that's fine. That's good enough. Mining tools gives us better mining speed, as well as mining tool 1. I'm not quite sure what mining tool 1 means, but I am interested. It uses power, so my initial thought is that it's for us specifically and we can have like a better pickaxe, at which point that might be the literal coolest thing ever. I could be wrong about it, but it might just be the coolest thing ever. Cool, we finished a checkpoint. Iron ingot assay has been completed. I want to try to pipe this over in such a way where we can make it fairly close to our building over here, since we will be crafting our science in here. We have an output as well, so we want to take care of that. Well, I don't know exactly what we're going to do with it for now. Right, like, we have the seawater input. Look at the saline and then like the gubby water, whatever it's called. Oh no, we don't filter it there. What do we filter it through? How do we make our first few packs? Am I being dumb? Oh, it's just seawater. Okay, never mind. We also need to get air in. Does it just suck in air on its own? Do we have an air suck? Can we somehow the air? We have an air filter, right? Something like that. We do. Okay, this is what it is. I was a little bit confused. I was like, do we have to do the science pack to successfully unlock the science pack? That doesn't make any sense. But I guess it's sort of what we did with the initial one. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. That's a lot more palatable. Oh, you make air very slowly. A 60-second craft time as well. We're going to be in this for the long haul, I can tell. I don't think this is going to be an 80-hour one. I think this is probably going to be closer to 250 preliminarily. I should be crafting some more of this stuff. We should have plenty of sandstone. Apparently, literally no iron available. But we're finishing the mining tools research, right? Surely we didn't run out of science. How would we run out of science right before the end? That doesn't make any sense. How did we have less than one science pack in there? Heck. There's probably some logic behind it. I think I still have an okay amount of bauxite. I do, and I mean, not really. Nothing else I can craft a science pack. I'm interested in this drill. If this drill is actually like a useful way to gather things, I'm not against doing it myself. Cool, so we finished our mining tools research. What else do we have that we can do? We can do ironworking 2, which lets us repair the broken medium assemblers that I assume we have, but I'm not entirely sure that we have, but I assume we have. May as well just keep sending stuff for now. Oh, but we should do I guess we don't need water filtration just yet, but we're going to want it. Definitely the ability to get iron is good. The sooner we can get drills and start automating like miners and stuff, the better. Toggle a pump to a valve. I don't quite know what that means. I mean, I assume that's why I don't know what it means, because it's a little bit more complex. Masonry lets us turn stone into gravel. We're already producing gravel. We can produce sand and stone now. Oh gosh, there's so much of this. Let's just queue up a bunch of stuff and kind of send it. A fabrication tool. Crafting speed bonus 25%. Energy per recipe second. What in the heck's a fabrication tool? Do we want to separate the air? I guess we probably do. There's a lot to take in, okay? It's baby steps, baby steps. I'm just going to queue up those for now. We are successfully making climatology research. It seems like our modules are a little bit different too. We have haste, speed, efficiency, yield, and productivity. I wonder what the difference between yield and productivity is. From my understanding of how productivity normally works, they seem they're cut from the same cloth. I should keep on. Oh, we can make this now too. Hold on. Can I handcraft things with the metal? Heck, we can't handcraft metal at all. Do I have any foundries? That's, I guess, question number one. I have exactly one. Oh, they're kind of tiny. I expected them to be a lot bigger. Cool. I'll just manually set up a few iron plates and whatnot. Ingots turn into 3 plates. It's 4 to 3. Okay, that's peculiar. I don't know how useful this tool is, but it's at least cool to me, so I'm going to make it. And then probably be disappointed, but maybe not. Oh, is it a weapon? Imagine. Oh, I was hoping to go in the weapon slot. You don't think. Cannot be used as a weapon. Is that... Gives a bonus to mining speed. Alright, I've compartmentalized how fast that was. It's toast the same speed. There's no difference. Am I doing it wrong? Oh, it needs to be in my grid. Duh. How else is it going to use power? I kind of forgot how Factorio worked briefly. That's better. I was like mystified by this mod. I was like, they have equips that you can put into your hand. This is crazy. Nah, it goes in the equipment grid, which is, I still think, worth it. So we have a mining speed boost now, which is nice. Better than nothing that's for gosh darn sure. Do we have any medium tanks? We do. So I'm going to start storing. Wow, our pipelines are stinky. We were apparently like right on the nose there. But we do have a task that says to toggle a pump to a valve. So I guess we'll investigate what that means since we need to pump now anyways. So if I pump and then what in the goodness's name is a valve? Okay, it looks logical, I guess. But don't pumps already do stuff. Necessary to extend pipelines longer distances. Pump up to 3,000 per second. Can be configured as overflow, top up, or one way with custom thresholds using circuit conditions. Oh, that's interesting. The input and output levels are always available as a percentage. Interesting. Clearly, I picked the wrong spot to extend it because it's very much not happy with that, unless I misunderstand it altogether. I don't know the point of the one-way valve, though. I thought the whole point of pumps, maybe pumps just function differently, but I thought their entire purpose was it goes one way. Can't connect valves to wire either. Peculiar. Do I have a... I guess I could filter. Filter wouldn't really matter here. I'm gonna just trust it's fine for the moment. Sweet, we'll get ironworking going as well. What else do we have to work with here? Oh, I can start repairing our pylons. I may as well. There's no reason to not have, like... Or I guess not repair all the things we have, since I think it's going to be quite some time till we can actually, like, get them again. Although I also need to really be on top of making more of these things, which means I guess I'll mine my own iron. Nothing like the start of Factorio to get you to mine things. I mean, you mine things throughout all of Factorio, right? Like, mining is like a constant, effectively, in like every Factorio ever. Oops, I cleared up that spot. But really, at the start, I really wonder how we got to 99% on our science. It must have been I picked up the building or something and it ate the end of a pack or something strange. Kind of funny regardless. So what is this made in? I think we do have some assemblers, but we don't have 3 drills, so I don't think it's viable for us to, like, fully automate it. But what we can do is at least just smack all of our stuff in there. We have run out of bauxite, as previously alluded to, so let's go ahead and see if we can find some more bauxite in a rock somewhere. I'm thinking rocks are probably our best bet for bauxite for the time being. Seems like they are pretty abundant in bauxite, and if we find like a cluster of them with a good chunk of bauxite in them, like this cluster over here, we just can, whoops, deconstruct plan them, get a good chunk of bauxite. There we go, almost 100 already, so that should be sufficient. Oh, I completely forgot to customize my character. I did install, whoops, sprites for this one as well. I don't know if I'll stick with them or just use the default engineer. Becoming more and more into the Factorio modded hole. I don't want to use the word hole for it though. You know, just like that point you get where you're like, what if I add more and more mods to everything I do? Hole makes it sound like it's like a bad thing though. Like you've become too far gone to like salvage where everything's at, you know? I think I'm gonna stop making iron ingots for now, reluctantly. I want at least some of it here. Something we can do is when it comes to things that aren't bauxite, which bauxite is a lot easier to get than everything else, we can actually go ahead and feed things into this box here now that we have this kind of like rudimentary automation set up. Very rudimentary though. I should just pop it out the top side. But this will at least keep science going because now we can focus on other things. Granted, I should probably do this just to make sure it doesn't back up. What's a good way to do this? Wait, they're both on the side where it's not going to really work. Okay, this is fine. Cool. Can I say where I want these to go? No, I cannot. So what did we finish just now? It was plumbing. So we have access to pipes now. Woo, pipes. I assume they're made from iron. Stone bricks. Swing and a mess. It looks like an iron rod. So we have 2 different ones. Never mind. We're now ripping science because we have successfully automated it. It's over. We beat Nullius. Jokes aside, this does seem like quite the boon for us, so I'm happy to see it. I wonder if there's a good way without splitters. Oh, we do have a splitter, actually. Hold on. So I'm going to output priority left, so if this ever backs up, then we'll have extra ones come back here and then be turned into the iron for now. It's not like the best, but it's good enough, and I really want to take a priority on science. Unfortunately, I don't think I can enable disable, actually. Hey, Fabian, so nice to see you. How are you today? Let's set this over to iron ore, and we'll make it so if this surpasses 20 iron ore, it'll turn off. That way we can have this eventually kick on. It might never happen, But with how slow we craft, I think it has a good chance of happening. That way, this will back up, this will go down here. We'll make a little bit of passive iron. Okay, so masonry is about to finish. I might have some on me still. I do. Cool, masonry is done. What do we have to work on now? Mining productivity, 2%. Oh, you kind of hate to see it, but you know you got to deal with it. We have air separation. I'm really going to get a crash course in chemistry. I had to learn circuits for Ultra Cube. We're learning chemistry for Nullius, apparently. I'm going to queue up this one because we should theoretically have it done instantly, as well as the productivity, because it's so... At least you need so little science to get started. Fabrication tool. Ah, that must improve our handcrafting speed. Almost certainly super useful then. Getting an understanding for how these work is cool. I quite like the vibe it's bringing. So this one requires Geology Research 1 and then toggle a pump, item pump 1 to a valve. But it says science is missing. I don't know what it means to toggle one. Let's check the Factoriopedia. There's only 2 valve items. It allows flow in a single direction, useful to prevent backflow, can be extended pipe or can be used to extend pipelines, but it reduce throughput. Okay, it says Control Shift R to toggle between valve types. Ooh, okay, interesting. I don't actually have numpad plus or minus, so hopefully we can rebind that or something. So I assume it's when it's in my hand, so it's Control Shift R. Whoops. That's a wrong input. That's what we call muscle memory. Control Shift R. Oh no, there we go. Okay, weird. So valve mode, top up one way, overflow top up one way. Very interesting. Okay, that's kind of cool actually. Not what I would have expected. 80% overflow. Okay, cool. Very cool. So I guess that they can be used in place of one-way valves. I don't totally understand it. So far, so good. The work was very inspiring for me. Thought we were building control cabinets, not incendiary devices. Oh, interesting. That does seem like quite the difference. Fabrication tool has been finished up for us. I guess we'll look at more mining prod. It's only 1%. They really make you start hoping and then give you less and less. Might as well just queue up basically everything. We've almost produced the 400 iron, which is kind of cool as well. I don't know if we need to actually queue that one. It's a checkpoint one, so it might finish on its own. I'm not quite sure how the checkpoints work, to be honest. I think they just finish on their own. Masonry 2 had the icon of walls, and I was very concerned that we were going to have to start dealing with living things soon. Cool. Looks like our power briefly holds through the night. We're doing research slowly but surely. I could probably upgrade to doing 2 geology machines at once, which I should almost certainly do. Just kidding, we don't have any more assembling machines. However, we have just figured out how to repair them. So we can start producing basic materials, which I think might be slightly higher up on the list. Nah, but we're not producing enough iron. Until we can start mining more iron, we just need to work with what we have for now, and our focus needs to be on that point. So I'm going to do a second one of these packs. These are every 60 seconds, though. So we're probably going to need another one of those pretty soon, too, for climatology research. I wish I put this box lower. Oh, I can just have bots solve all my problems for me. That's so crazy. Whoever invented bots deserves a raise for sure. For real. Let's go ahead and improve the other science setup as well. And obviously put the iron and bauxite and what else back in here. Our inserters are slow, but they're doing their best. We could also handcraft some as well. So we have a fabrication tool now, which seems to make us produce things faster, which is nice. We do have one extra assembling machine, but they're weird, aren't they? I guess they do gear wheels there, but we have the foundry to do our primary, like, sticks and squares, I guess, in lack of better words. Oh, we really need to figure out how to get more iron, though. Too much of it's being used for science. After this recipe, I'm going to swap it over to the other one. At least the research is going and flowing. Carbon sequestration. Sequestration? I don't think I've ever said that word in my life. Most people probably haven't, right? Surely. Oh, being able to fix the accumulators would be quite nice. I'm sure we have some of them. I really like these researchers having like a repair on them. Cargo pod. I see. We can put these into our armor to give us more inventory space, but also slows us down, which means I'm probably not going to really mess with them. We have a boatload of checkpoints in our future. Heck it, queue it all up and then we'll figure it out. Venting. Eliminate unwanted liquid or gas byproducts. How very sus of you to do that. Landfill as well. That's a good source for dumping gravel if we have too much of it. Cool. All right, so let's think about some more of our checkpoints and let's see if we can learn some more things, because I feel like there's going to be a boatload for us to learn on this lovely adventure of ours. So what do we have here? Our next checkpoint is produce stone bricks. Let's look into how to produce stone bricks. Stone bricks are made with calcite or stone or sandstone. We have 3 different recipes. It looks like 3 sandstone to 10 stone is kind of crazy. 4 calcite to 12 stone is slightly less crazy, but still pretty crazy. But sandstone seems to be the ideal for it. However, each one has its own unique fun byproduct, and I'm willing to bet we're going to need calcium carbonate for something. Call it a hunch. Anytime we have access to things we can repair down here, we should just keep an eye on it and then go ahead and passively repair it, because there's no reason to not. Oh, the fluids. They're always such a big problem, but this time I'm really going to have to learn. Let's start by doing seawater filtration, I suppose. But what will we do with wastewater? I suppose if we get venting, we can get rid of the wastewater, hopefully. I don't know how oppressive it will end up being. But regardless, let's start here. So we need hydro plants. Do we have any more hydro plants? The answer right now is no, but I think we probably have a few broken ones, right? We don't. Okay, so it's kind of worrying. Maybe I missed it somewhere, but... Oh, maybe we repaired this one already. What does it take to repair it? Takes pipes? Oh, no, I do have one on me. Oh, I had them queued up. That's why I didn't see them. I was like, surely we have some now. We've repaired them all now. Wonderful. So now we can have a little bit more freedom with expanding a few things out. I think the first thing we'll do is double up our science production, though realistically we should quadruple it up. So let's start by doing 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll rotate our air over here. It appears that 3 air was sufficient for what we had before. I do not think they're going to be sufficient now. Thinking about this though, unless we're going to get access to the these very quickly, which we are not, it looks like. We should not use up all of these because we're going to need them for other products. So I'll stick with just 2 for now. Maybe we can justify a 3rd one. Maybe, but I doubt it. I got a new assignment, looked at the circuit diagram, immediately thought, are you guys serious? But maybe I was assigned this project on purpose. We have an engineer here who likes to mess things up, and then there's me who likes to find mistakes and tinker with diagrams. Honestly, maybe you were like the perfect fit for it then. That's really cool though. They knew you were the right person for the job. Engineering is so interesting. I just really don't get any of it. Oops. But it is super neat. So let us go ahead and turn these into science packs and actually have it so that the science packs can science and not forget that one of the requisite materials is the water we have over here. So go ahead and drag that over and we'll just do undergrounds here for the water. Anywhere we can save pipes, it's actually like really, really important that we do. Jokes aside. There we go. That is a lot better than it was before. I guess we could still technically keep this here. It doesn't really matter. It seems like we make air faster than, or I guess gather air faster than we spent it with one machine. It'll be tough to tell until it kind of fills up. I guess we can tell pretty easily. Actually, it's 83 per second. This produces 50 per second. So 3 of these will be slightly behind, but I think it's still worth doing how we're doing now. So I will go ahead and set up some de-inserters, exporters. Get those over to here. And then we have our science a little bit quicker than before. So what else do we have for checkpoints? I find it interesting that creating 40 stone bricks is a thing, and we're almost done with it, but it appears we got them mainly from looting other stuff. Okay, so let's experiment with fluids, because I think this is going to be one of our biggest issues, is figuring out what to do here. So we can make saline water and wastewater here. Surely there's going to be... How do we make carbon dioxide? I guess we should start there, because that seems to be one of our checkpoints. We'll go to the Factoriopedia. We'll check for carbon dioxide. Cool, we've done enough of our iron ore for a checkpoint. I really like these checkpoints. They make me feel like I'm on like the right path. I mean, that's probably the intent of them, but still, it makes me feel like I'm cooking. I don't quite know. I can get compressed. Is that from something specifically? Ah, right. It's the separation. It's the separation. That's at a distillery. I was like, wait, there's totally a recipe for this. I just didn't remember. Distillery. So what do? You take in air. Very cool. Do I have any more air filters? I have some damaged ones. We've gotten the ability to repair them. We just need some iron sheets. So let's go ahead and produce some iron sheets. We should be producing some more iron pretty soon. Heck, we used up all of our iron. No, we have some more still. Let's go over to iron sheets and we'll smack some of our... Oh, it takes plates. Interesting, instead of the ingots. Cool, 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 cool. Also, I thought that was iron, but it was steel, so... Plumbing 2 is completed. So let's fix up our air filters. I guess as well as our chemical plants. Really everything. We're going to want them fixed at one point or another. Maybe it's a bad idea to do it this early because we're potentially wasting some materials that are fairly limited, but we can get them. If I stop science, we'll start making plates again. Stone brick specimen complete. How am I getting stone bricks passively? That's actually really interesting. Oh, I'm making them by handcrafting things. That must be what it is, right? Yeah, I can be made to me. So that's how I'm completing it. I thought it was from looting stuff, but I guess it's when I repair stuff, I'm just making stone bricks in my hands, which is honestly like really commendable that I've got that kind of like grip strength. A little bit alarming at the same time, I'll admit. Do you only play with Nullius, or you installed the Lambert, Nil, and Tricky Old Nickel? I only have what Nullius recommended. I didn't like think about other things, but I'm not against installing other things, but currently it's only Nullius installed right now. All right, let's put down our distillery up here for now so that we have a little bit of space. How many of these poles do we have left? We should put them on there so we can keep track of them. Not many, a very low amount of poles. Regardless of that, we can take in some air. This looks like it eats 90 air, or 150. Wow, 150 air per second. So we want this running. All 3 of our purifiers that we just produced are going to be needed for it, which is a little bit scary. But it won't be as bad. Once we can start producing things passively, I think it'll be okay. Heck, I really want to put that there, but the water tank is in the way, so we're going to move it down. It shouldn't make a meaningful difference, and we have some bots anyway, so... Granted, we just wasted, like... Actually, does that touch? It does touch. We just wasted a little bit of salt water, but it filled up, like, instantly. So I'm going to assume we don't run out. That would be a real problem. Cool, 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 cool. So let us go ahead and pipe this into the same line if we can. Do we have any undergrounds? We do not have any undergrounds, which is okay. This specific shape is going to be atypical for us, so we'll just go around here. That way they can all kind of be shared. This does use 150 per second, so actually I could have left these separated, but it's fine. If this is ever full, it'll go into the science to speed up the science a little bit, so it's not a bad thing in practice. However, we are now making nitrogen, which has the same icon as air, except I think maybe a little bit darker, but it's hard to tell, and carbon dioxide. We do have access to vents and stuff, which I imagine are going to be very important. What is an outfall? Dumps excess liquid into the sea. Oh, okay, cool, 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 cool. I was really hoping there was something to do with that. I saw that we had the vents as well. The chimney is for gas. What the heck is the vent? Is it not called a vent? Oh, that's what the chimney is. Okay, okay, okay. That's both those. Cool. So we have one for liquid and one for solids as well. It appears we've run out of bauxite, I believe it's called. So let's go grab some bauxite. They're too small add-ons to make Nullius even more difficult. Wow. I kind of expect this to be really, really hard in the first place, so I'm surprised that there are things to ramp it up even farther. I really struggled with Ultra Cube. Granted, it was a really good learning experience, so I had a great time doing it, but I imagine Nullius is really going to push me to my limits, so to speak. By no means do I think it's going to be a free experience. So I am so grateful for the bots. It saves me so much headache in the beginning. And by so much headache, I mean like marginally, like, I don't know, like 5 minutes of mining, which is not that big over the grand scheme of things, but it does help a good chunk. Oops, sorry, little bots. Why do you have a red light on you? I guess they all have little red dots on them. It just depends the direction they're facing. All right, come on, land inside. Let's go over to here. Cool. So we're starting to make iron ingots again. So our science is... Oh, it's actually because our science is backed up. I was like, good, we're making plates. It all worked out. It's really not going to be that bad. We'll still make some amount of time. It'll just be kind of slow. Getting a landfill done. A lot of researches here don't seem immediately useful. I'm sorry, we can make furnaces already? Dang, we went down that quickly. Cool. So we can make furnaces now. Is this different than a small furnace? That's small furnace 2, so that's going to be better. We have one super furnace for now, then I assume that that one's going to be a little bit stronger. Are you also electric powered? You are. Cool, 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 cool. Very nice. I still want to get a drill. Surely that's not too far off. It's not. It's very, very close from this point onward. Once we get drills, everything really starts opening up. We haven't done the filtration. We were messing with the idea of either. I made some carbon dioxide, but I don't really know the point of it. We do have a few tanks, so I guess for now we'll just store it in here in case it's like useful in a little bit. It burns through the pack so quickly. It's fine. We just gotta be patient. It was just off for a little bit. Cool, so we've done the carbon dioxide sample completed checkpoint. What is after that? Ooh, we can get carbon, which means we can get graphite, which is totally not coal, but kind of looks like it. I thought it was coal. Extraction of organic feedstock from carbon dioxide. What the heck does that mean? So if you put in carbon and hydrogen, you get graphite and water. Interesting, this water is different than the two we've dealt with so far, the saline and seawater. Unless it's maybe a random one, but I would be surprised. Because you can't really have two fluids in a tank, so it wouldn't make any sense. It would be cool if you could, though. Working on our third science, granted, it's basically going to be our first science. I wouldn't really count these as much science so far. But we're kind of cruising so far. Why did I not just have this insert here instead of single belting it? I guess that actually saves one belt. Never mind. Am I some kind of genius and I just didn't realize it? I structured in a similar way where you can play it with Pi's coal processing mod, you can also add additional modules that alter various aspects of the game and make it even more challenging. That's so crazy. Like, it's cool, but like, isn't Pi's already like really, really hard? I guess I'll wander around a little bit while we are out of power in the middle of the night. I guess we're pushing our limits. I'm willing to bet this eats a lot of power. I guess we can check really quickly, huh? Oh, interesting. It's the filtration that takes most of our power. I guess because it's always running. Either way, it should be kicking on, and we should be finishing Lance of Hill as soon as those are done, and hopefully we'll be able to fill up our power as well. I'm wondering if there's anything else notable on the map. I guess in the meantime, I could just wander around and pick up some bauxite. Is that what it's called? Oh, this isn't even bauxite we're getting. This is calcite. We did finish landfill one. I don't know how much landfilling we'll be doing. Perhaps there's areas where we need landfill. I really don't know how this progresses. I'm approaching this with a very open mind. Oh, our power is so gunked. Wait, this is like the longest night ever. Okay, maybe the nights are normally just really long and we just rip through our accumulators quickly. Do you have any more we can put out? Can we repair them? We can repair the solar panels. Super important to do. If we get graphite, we can restore the grids as well. This will be good. This will be good. Although we are running out of power poles as well. Did we get the ability to craft power poles yet? I don't think we did. Surely we're getting pretty close. Yeah, we're getting pretty close. At least for the power pole ones. Wind power. Wind power is going to go crazy. Imagine having power at nighttime. The sun could never. Come on, solar panels, kick on. Slowly but surely. Should probably chill over here so our array can be put together a little bit faster. Heck, we're going to be too short still. We still have some damaged ones on us, so we can repair them just fine. There's a reason why Pi is the hardest and longest mod for Factorio. I'll be glad when you automate the second science pack every 200 hours. Yeah, when I was playing it, I want to say 3 hours, and I wasn't automating the first science pack. I was just kind of like starting to make it, and I was like, I didn't dislike it or anything, but I was like, this is a very big time investment. Cool experience though, regardless. Okay, it looks like everything's kicking on. We're getting metallurgy done, which means we can get some furnaces done. But right now, I'm not as concerned about the furnaces as I am. Oh my gosh, different colored landfill. Haters would say it was fake. I'm not as concerned about the furnaces as I am about the drills. So we will need to make 4 of our furnaces to successfully get through it. How many can we make right now? A whopping 0. If we nab some sandstone, that should... Is that not how we've been making stone bricks? Okay, that is sufficient for it. If we get some iron wire, we'll be able to eke out just what we need. I'm guessing wire is inside of the foundry, which I keep picking up and I should just leave down. But then again, we are hurting on power quite a bit, so maybe it's for the best to turn it off. Let's grab some iron wire, which means that we also need to grab some sticks because that takes wire to do so, or takes sticks to make wire. I've got it all backwards in my head. 5 is good enough for now. We just want to eke out getting this done because as soon as we can get drills, I mean, drills aren't going to solve everything. Let's set this as it is. Drills take power. We're already hurting on power. It's not going to be a flawless solution or anything, but it'll be something, which is going to be better than nothing. It looks like we will need some more of this, so we'll swing back around with another craft. It's a lot more campfire-y sounding than I would have expected it to be. The foundry, I mean. Whoops, so there we go. So we can place our 4... I picked up the foundry again. I'm a monster, I need to be stopped. But like I said, it's efficient, right? Because, well, I should also pick up this hydro plant too. Following that logic, it's not using power idling, which is something Surprisingly, there's a few science packs back here. Ah, we're not actually doing any research right now. Oh, I want to test it. Without queuing that up, if I place down these 4, it will complete it perfectly. So even though it shows a science pack 1 next to it, it's actually not necessary. Cool, 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 cool. So now we want to get mechanical engineering 1 done, which does require a hydrogen sample checkpoint, which we see over there. Let's do the carbon sequestration, because I feel like there is some cool repairs. I think that might have been the accumulators, which is going to be pretty useful right now. And let's figure out how to make some hydrogen. So let's go over to our Factorio. Hopefully this one helps, because last time it looks like I was a little bit confused on it. We have hydrogen here. It doesn't like say like a primary way it's made. It's very bizarre. Like this does, but hydrogen, I guess it probably comes from a lot of things. So let's see, how did we make hydrogen? I guess we'll check the original one. Click this, go up 1, boom. Electrolysis produces sodium hydroxide, hydrogen, oxygen, and chlorine. Cool. Don't know what we're gonna do about any of that, but it's the hydrogen we need, so let's put down an electrolysis plant. An electrolyzer, my bad, which apparently takes wire, which we're slightly out of. Miko player character, I mean, technically yes. Legally no, but technically yes. Depending on which Miko you're referring to. Good to see you, Fwim. I just saw Pink Fox player character and I was like, it's gotta be a match made in heaven, right? What the heck am I looking for? Alright, it was a foundry. Okay, so we'll use this to make a few more of our things. I should really just set up 2 foundries over here and stop being lazy about it. We can start making power poles, so I don't need to stress it quite as much. Thought you made it custom? I didn't. Though that would be really cool. I wonder how difficult it would be. Maybe I can commission someone to do it at one point. That would be rather rad. Okay, so we can fix the electrolyzer, which is I think going to be our priority. We got mining prod 3. We don't have any more research we can do, so we should really step up our stuff and kind of lean into it hard. We have a bunch more solar panels, so I'm just going to continue our farm downwards, although I'm willing to bet we're going to run out of poles pretty soon. I don't think this is the most efficient way I can place them either. Maybe they're slightly better. Hey T, how's it going? I think this is too many. I know this is too many, I guess. I could be placing them around spots like this as well, but I'm trying to save those for accumulators. So, we've got our new building now, the Electrolyzer 1. Split fluids into ions. Electricity consumption mode may be toggled between 2 states using numpad plus. I'm really gonna need to figure out what to do instead of numpad plus. Factorio loves numpads and I don't have one. Because if one of the consumption modes is like eats all of your electricity and that's the default one, we are in some trouble, unfortunately. Hopefully it's not, but we'll have to deal with it. Okay, cool. So we've got more power now. This inputs saline water, which we know how to get. It outputs approximately 400,000 things. I don't think I've ever seen input and output on the same side. We do know how to make saline water. It's that filtration plant we had before. So I guess we'll set up a separate thing over here, working on it for now. So we will do our filtration for saline water. We end up getting something funky. What was it? Wastewater, which I don't think is super useful. I'm wondering about the morality of dumping wastewater into the seawater. Like, will it filter itself, kinda? Think it might be rebindable? We might have to investigate that then. Controls. That's fine. All right. Decrementable value thresholds and incrementable ones need to be changed to something else. Not page up and page down, as it were. Toggle between different valve types is fine. I guess I'll do the brackets. That makes more sense to me. Prioritize machine. Toggles electric grid, priority of turbines, electrolyzers. Okay, so this is the one they were referring to before. Everything else looks doable. Guess I'll do slash and hope that that's not used by anything else. Fingers crossed that that'll be fine. Oops. Do not quit. Please do not quit. For the love of everything, don't quit. I started mashing. I closed my eyes and was just hoping everything would be fine. So we have the electrolyzer, which I'm going to put over to here for now. And now if I push... Cool. It looks like it works. So use surplus electricity only after satisfying other demands. The max consumption goes up when it's using surplus, so I guess you can overcharge it in a way and it'll run better. But it won't run until it's available. Oh, it changes color too. I kind of love that. KT, I sent you a crazy clip of our guy doing poison build. Oh, that's pretty cool. I think I might have actually seen that earlier too. Like last night, maybe. Oh my gosh, we're out of pipes. We can make pipes though, right? They really like put you on the razor's edge and then you unlock the things you need. I mean, it's probably just like a well-balanced mod pack in that sense. But I was heckin' stressing a little bit on our supplies. Cool. So we can input our saline water here, output chlorine, oxygen, hydrogen. I think we want to set up automation for pipes yesterday. Like we can make a few in our hand for now, which is fine. Thankfully, each craft, I guess, produces 5, but it also takes 8 stone bricks, so it's not really that fine. But for now, we'll do what we can. How many shortcuts there are? There are no surprise numpad. It's just, oh, absolutely. Numpad's super convenient for him, too. And my other keyboard has a numpad, but this keyboard is much, 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 much quieter than the other one. So we try to use it when we stream. Otherwise, it would turn into Smash Melee controller ASMR. Okay, what am I doing? I wanted to pump this in. I need to figure out how to get that out as well. We're gonna have a good chunk of pipes now because we've made some more. I kind of like how pipe 2s look. I'm kind of jealous I'm not gonna have them. We only have 2 tanks left. What's the fluid that we need? It's the hydrogen, is it? Hydrogen, okay. I could theoretically dump the other stuff. Oxygen is different than air, which is probably logical, but it's still a little bit confusing to me. For now, let's just put them all into tanks. We can easily dump them later. It's no big deal if we lose some of them, but for now, we should put them all into tanks. So, we're going to get wastewater. I think the best bet for us is to dump it, right? Does this count as the sea is the question. Ooh, interesting. It appears to. I mean, it's like technically a small pond, but it's Factorio. They won't notice. We only have 1 underground pipe left, and I think that's the last one we're going to be able to use for a long time. We cannot walk over pipes, so please keep that in mind. Ah, okay, now we can make more of them. I thought we were just completely out. I kind of accepted my fate of being stuck behind pipes forever. Thankfully, that is a fate unrealized as of now. I'm getting really good at placing pipes in Factorio. I'm going to put that on my resume. Places pipes very goodly. I have this completely backwards. I do not want this plugged in over to this machine. I want it over to here. I guess completely backwards isn't totally right, but close enough. Heck. The bot got me on that one. Simply a difference in skill. Look at that, we're saving even more pipe, but now we're crossing pipes, which kind of stresses me out. So now we should dump the excess wastewater back in, keep the saline water, which produces what I imagine is going to be useful things. And we can quickly grab it from right over here, actually, is fine. I hope these pipes can connect. They sure heckin' can, thank goodness. Awesome, so we now have our saline electrolyzer. Is it like obliterating our power? Yeah, it is. So it's currently in the mode where it'll use a bunch more if there's excess. Let's go ahead and turn it down to the normal mode for now. Our power is a real problem. Ah, I forgot about the sodium hydroxide as well. Welcome to the box, sodium hydroxide. I don't know what to do with you yet, but we have done a checkpoint for hydrogen samples, so we know how to get things. And now we can do organic chemistry. Ethylene and plastic. My roommate really doesn't like organic chemistry, I think. I think that's the one that's not very cool and not super cash money. I think we're getting close to repairing more stuff. I feel like that filtration was something we needed. Maybe I just looked at it before. Either way, we can use ethylene and chlorine to get plastic, and then hydrogen chloride. There's so many different gases and stuff in this. I'm kind of losing my mind right now. Me, the girl who complains about fluids constantly, and now I have about 70 of them to deal with when I have like iron ore and nothing else, is really something. Uh-oh, I hear Org Chem is the weed out course. Interesting. I mean, she's been done with it for years, but I think she just has a thing against organic chemists, maybe. I don't remember, though. I might have it backwards. I know she's got a weird stigma against biologists. I'm really putting her on blast today. It's really not that weird. She's just had bad run-in with certain biologists over time, and I think that built up a specific dislike. I get how it goes. Inorganic chemistry. Alright, cool. I'm down for a caustic solution. We need to produce 5 plastic as well. Alright, so how do we make plastic? We make plastic in a chem plant. We have Mondo chem plants. So many chem plants. We have all of the chem plants. So we can make plastic. Okay, let's actually put down 2 of these. Oh my goodness, these chem plants have ins and outs in every direction. I absolutely love that, to be honest with you. I understand why I have so many chem plants to start, my goodness. Alright, we're learning chemistry today, if nothing else. Really should have taken a chemistry course in high school. We'll certainly be regretting that. Interesting. So the sides of these are all throughputs. Perhaps that's for the convenience of loading them all together. This one's particularly interesting. It only loads through the throughputs on the side for the hydrogen specifically, and nothing loads into the back, it looks like. Or no, I see it over there. It's the carbon monoxide. It was almost blending in for me because it was dark. Alright, I guess we'll start with plastic specifically. So we want to get ethylene in chlorine. We have chlorine, which is already easy, but ethylene is a different beast. Methane and oxygen, and then methane is carbon dioxide and hydrogen. So we're going to need to go through a few steps to get here where we need to. Okay, so let's start here. Carbon dioxide and hydrogen outputs into methane and water. I don't know if this water is useful. Are we getting close to drill yet? Did we make drill? Heck, we're still not there yet. We're very close. We're very close. I want to start mining things like stone and whatnot so we can upkeep things in the meantime. Okay, so let's grab this for now and we'll put it over where we can access these fluids a little bit easier. Eventually it'll rotate the way we want. I'm really regretting putting this so far away. I think I'm going to move this plant a little bit closer. With how limited our resources are, I should say, I don't really want to spread ourselves too thin on stuff. If I can have all of the main fluid producing buildings in one spot, granted it will give us the downside of everything being like really tight together. But if I can have that for now at least, I think it'll be a pretty nice boon. Plus we can save on pipes at least right here. We have our air separation going now. I'm going to disconnect tanks for the time being too, I think. Kind of a waste to just have these run into nothing. I know I'm wasting the fluids, but there's no reason for this to just like make stuff effectively. Alright, so we have our nitrogen and our carbon dioxide. We're going to need to deal with the nitrogen somehow or use it for something, but for the time being we want to use that carbon dioxide. In addition to that, we want to use the hydrogen, I believe. So let's set this up. I guess we can actually just put it right over here. It won't actually be that bad over there. So we'll do methane. Then we will make some pipes to ground, and we'll just dismantle these for now. Baby steps. We have a lot of chem plant work to do. Oh goodness, we're going to need so many pipes. Having so little so early is so unfortunate. We can get more by getting more stone. Oh, calcite's pretty efficient for it. I guess I'll just use a bunch of calcite for now. In the meantime, anytime we're not doing anything, we should be handcrafting calcite into stone bricks or any other material we have. This did seem to work like really easily with the wastewater. I wonder if there's like a reason to like use it. But we're dumping it with no problem whatsoever. It goes right in, super quick, no downside. Which feels kind of wrong, and like we're like dumping the radioactive sludge into the local pond. But surely it's not like that. Surely we're fine. Alright, sweet. So we're making methane now and normal water. What's the difference between saline water and normal water? Understood. Say no more. Salt is the answer. It often is. So we have methane here, which was going to be used for our next step, which is another chem plant step, I believe. New Factorio run. What's this one about? This one's about how we are a, oh, what's it called? A von Neumann probe? Is that what it was? And then we land on a planet far away. Everything is like dead. There's no life, no anything. And we're trying to rebuild the planet instead of, I guess the goal of Factorio is not to pollute the planet, but it does feel like it at times. Good to see you though, Lily. How are you today? We're doing methane to ethylene. These both output water. I kind of feel like water is useful. Maybe it's just like because it's like the building block of life type energy, but something about it, something about that water is getting me thinking. Let's go ahead and avoid undergrounds when not necessary. So we have water output there, and then we have... I can always dump the water back into, so it's not that big of a deal. Headache? Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Hopefully the headache goes away soon. We'll dump the methane somewhere. Oh, right. It needs to go into here. I was like, surely it's a use for methane. Boom. Methane in there. We also need to add in oxygen, which shockingly is not included against what others might believe. So we'll craft some of that in the meantime. Can we queue up any more sciences? Oh no, we just have to go through this chain for plastic first. That's okay. Let's go into map mode briefly and let's go ahead and underground here. I know I said I was going to avoid undergrounds and I will be trying to do so. But in this case, I think we should use a chunk of them. Although it'll be slow handcrafted in the meantime. Thankfully, we're still making some iron plates and whatnot. Or ingots, I suppose. I don't have a great way to actually, like, deal with them for now, though. Like, to keep up with them, I suppose. Gonna wait for those to craft. We're also going to want to either dump the chlorine or figure out something to use the chlorine on. I think the ideal is effectively always going to be use every byproduct we can and then dump the excess. Like, it seems like the recipe for success so far here. So we will aim with that goal in mind for now, at least. That does seem like a very easier said than done kind of thing. I identify that, and we will cross that bridge when it becomes too difficult. I guess like more difficult, not too difficult. Alright, so we are now producing ethylene. Great, because we need ethylene for plastic. Oh, and that's where our chlorine goes. I'm kind of a genius, actually. For the record, I'm not that overconfident in this. I just am glad that it's going to work out and that this one machine has all the byproducts. Really, it's more like this is such a cool combination of things. Like, seeing everything fall together is cool. I know I totally took all the credit for, like, the entire mod pack that I didn't design. I identify that, and I'm sorry for what I've done. Oh, right. You're only inputting if the iron ore is low. That's, I guess, a downside to using this. We certainly don't have combinators, so we gotta work with what we have for now. Also, wow, what a shock that I'm like in a position where I'm like, do I have any assemblers actually? I do. I might actually have this make stone bricks in the meantime, to be honest. I didn't realize I had one of these. What a shock that I'm like looking forward to using combinators. What a change. Time truly changes people. People will tell you it doesn't, but it really does. Okay, fantastic. So we'll passively have some of those outputting. I don't think that brick or this box fills too much, but we need everything from this recipe, so we may as well have it queued up all the time. Alright, so do we have any undergrounds available to us? We have a very sad amount of undergrounds available to us, which is to say, not enough. But it could be a lot worse, so while we're crafting more stuff, I'm going to just map mode some. I expected the reach on these pipes to be a lot lower, so I'm really glad it's not. I don't know. I guess when I see that there's like multiple tiers of pipes, my assumption is going to be that they're a little bit on the stinkier side when it comes to their length. But it looks like size is not an issue here, which is always nice to see. So we have a small amount of water filling up here, but this entire recipe, we need to look at the ratios of it, right? Because this machine outputs 5.5 to 2.5 and then 7 per second. This heats 110, that is 40, and then this heats 5. So it's really just like, this kind of works out nicely for the ratio if you do 2 of them, but everything else just kind of falls apart. So we're certainly going to need to deal with the excess, which is fine. Seems like with pumps and what do you call them, wires and stuff, it shouldn't be that bad. Oh, we get hydrogen chloride as well. I kind of hate that for me. However, you're looking at someone that has plastic now. So be careful who you're talking to. Oh no, it already broke. Ah, okay, it didn't actually break. It's just that we have nitrogen. Can we use nitrogen for anything here at all? Used in aluminum powder, polycrystalline silicon. Oh, these are some big heckin' words for someone such as myself doing things such as the things I'm doing. That's going into the atmosphere for now. Goodbye. I really like how the chem plants look. They're just spraying all the poop into the air. It's kind of like morally wrong, I suppose. However, you now have plastic. This will certainly back up eventually. Probably won't even take that long because I don't have most of these in boxes, but hopefully for now it'll make some of it. We can move on to electromagnetism, which feels like a pretty large jump, but we are a smart little probe. Converts kinetic energy and electrical energy between them. Interesting. So plastic, iron plate, iron rod, and iron wire. We're going to be able to automate so soon. I can almost taste it. Surely you'll clean up the atmosphere later. That would be very funny, actually, if like your late game becomes much more difficult depending on how much you polluted the atmosphere. That'd be a really interesting concept, though I have no idea how they track something like that. Cool, 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 cool. So electromagnetism's done. We have, again, we weren't boxing the science, but it's fine. We have some on a belt here. Probably should have been boxing these because these ones are fairly slow to craft, actually. That's a bit of a blunder on my part. In fact, I might rectify it if the science dies again. By that, I mean I'm definitely rectifying it. Move it over here instead. We can put them onto a belt and then feed that in instead. This is not like the most ideal actually, so I've changed my mind and we're going to instead put them into a box, but I don't think we actually have any more boxes. We can craft them though with iron rods. Let's go ahead and hopefully get some more iron rods really quick. There's so much iron right now. Truly abundant on this planet is iron rods. The blue and gold lab looks so cool. It really does have like a very clean aesthetic to it. I'm actually quite impressed. Sweet, so we can craft a small chest here, and that way we can store a little bit of our science. This is a big enough buffer belt. We're not really going to back it up ever. We've run out of bauxite again, which is unfork knife, but not entirely unexpected. Because I should probably go quickly take a loop around while we're getting mechanical engineering 1 completed to go pick up some more. We're so close to drills. We're not going to do this, I don't think, much more. Maybe once or twice more. Definitely our priority is going to be mining 1, though. Our power can sort of keep up. Not great, but being able to not have to run around constantly is going to be very nice. But we only have 2 drills, so we had to cut our losses, and bauxite seemed like the logical choice since we can actually get it from the rocks in the world by walking around, so... It seems fine. Although I guess I'm getting sandstone from these rocks. Maybe it's based on the biome you're in. Is that allowed? Ref, I'm gonna need to check the rules here. Heck, these are all... Alright, there's some bauxite rocks. It's like these are all heavily sandstone and not bauxite. Looks like these ones are good, though. Did I ever make that other tool and put it into my inventory? I don't think I did. What was it? It was the fabrication tool, but I don't have any iron to do it right now. Increasing the crafting speed bonus. Almost certainly a nice idea to fit. What size is it, though? It's 2x1. Can you rotate things in a crafting grid? Is that allowed? I guess I can just move one thing to make it work, actually. Thinking about it critically and having played Tetris a good chunk in my life, I think I can make this one work. It did take a little bit of labbing, admittedly, and I don't know if I'm ever going to hit this peak again of, like, knowledge that I've successfully done. But, you know what? It's just all in a day's work, right? Cool. Let's make a few iron plates. Oh, heck, I was making iron wire accidentally as well. I guess it's not bad, though. It's not a big deal. I just want to save our ingots for now while we're, like, very limited on them so we don't hit a roadblock randomly. Ooh, I should handcraft some of those, though. How much do you need? You only need 2 of them? You know what? Just this once. I'll handcraft some science. I did want it for this as well, though. So let's go ahead and get that set up. We'll handcraft this science really quickly, toss it in the machine, and then finally we can start doing some mining automation. Only took like an hour and a half, much faster than it probably could have. And I like how the science packs are just like a science pack with a gear in it. I don't know how one would like use that scientifically, but I kind of dig the vibe of it, which is good. Any buildings we haven't messed with yet in our inventory? I guess we can poke around. It looks like we've used most of them. I want to repair the rest of these as well, though. Let's get the rest of our pylons done as soon as possible. Really, all of these. We should have excess sand here, so if there's anything... No, we've done other ones that take sand. What do you require? Ah, right, you require graphite, which we do have a recipe for now. Cool, so we'll put in this science, so hopefully we'll finish up mining. Should be just fine. We'll scooch ourselves down here. I want to look at a graphite really quick. It doesn't surprise me this is backed up already. With the oxygen as expected, we do have a, whatever that gets called, a vent thing. Chimney, that's the word we're looking for. Can I wire chimneys is the question. No, you cannot connect them to wires, so it looks like pumps are going to be our way of doing things, which is not a truly tremendous surprise. What we'll do here is we'll set up one of our tanks on the oxygen, so we can use that as like a way to read our numbers. That's fine enough there. Then we'll be venting over here. I think we can make power poles now too, or very close to it. Enable disable basis on the oxygen contents over here. And if it's over, we'll say 2000 for now. There we go. So now this should be able to successfully run. Hopefully our power is in fact running out, which is on fork knife, but so it goes. Carbon monoxide and hydrogen goes into here and it outputs graphite and water. May as well set this up in the meantime because we need the graphite to repair a few things. I don't think this will be its final resting place or anything. It's probably going to be a bit of a tight requirement for how I'm pulling into our one hydrogen maker. Either way, we'll plug the hydrogen over here. Put down one of our final 3 power poles as well. Then we need the carbon. Am I making carbon monoxide? The heck is carbon monoxide? Oh, chemistry is going to be the end of me, I swear. Hey, we got drills, though, which is cool. Am I not making carbon monoxide somewhere? I am. Okay. I'm not. Carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide goes there. Carbon monoxide is the part of car exhaust that kills you. That is a super fun fact. Thank you. That's very funny. Like, it's not wrong. It's super correct, but it also wasn't exactly what I expected to read, which makes it even better. That's a safety fact for the day for sure. Do not the carbon monoxide. Okay, cool. So, carbon dioxide comes from this here, which goes straight down to here, which is not super cash money, and our current oxygen setup here has got to move over a little bit, because that is not going to be working. Should be pretty easy. Granted, it will be a few extra pipes here, but now we have the freedom to take our carbon monoxide, I want to say it's called? Dioxide, sorry. Oof, we need to make it into dioxide, and then we can swoop it over here really quick. Heck. Never mind, everything is awful, and I'm very sorry for implying otherwise. That was truly a blunder on my part. I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. Yeah, you've heard it all before. Can I sneak around this pipe? I can. This is a mess of pipes. We really need to move everything. But now we are making carbon monoxide, which is pretty cool. Which we can now go into here. And then we need to connect the hydrogen. And now we're making graphite and water. But for now, we will just store the graphite. Assuming we can make one more box, we sure heckin' can't. We really need to start that out. Granted, we have drills now. Can we make a drill? No. Why can't we make a drill? It takes a mining tool. It does make sense, in fact. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of drills. Being able to start processing things, I feel like is going to be a pretty big deal. I mean, yeah, it turns out drilling in Factorio is kind of useful. News at 11. Alright, so it's a mixture of plastic plates, and then I'm going to move this one over to rods. I think for the time being, we're just going to spend down all of our iron. I think it's more than worth it for this very specific situation. Being stuck with 2 drills for the first almost 2 hours really highlights how important everything else is to get going, so... Oh, thank goodness. Wait a minute, when did we get 3 more drills? We must have repaired at one point. Ah, nuts, I didn't realize. That's fine. Better late than never, I suppose. This will gunk up our stuff if we drill it improperly, because we want it all to be on the top side. We're out of accumulator energy, which is not a huge surprise to us. And our satisfaction is just very unsatisfied. There is nothing satisfactory about this playthrough. We really need to get a better power source. Surely there's one on the way eventually. Can we repair any other of our things? We've got 12 more cumes that we can repair. How do we repair them? Graphite, right, that was the point of the graphite. All right, that's totes worth it then. Wonderful. That'll be a really, really big boon to us. Being able to survive the night longer is going to be very, very nice, assuming that our solar panels can keep up in general. I think they can. At least for now, I think they can. Heck, this doesn't really fit in neatly. Like I said, I'm going to just try to use these points to place as many of these as we can as we make them. Any sort of power pole location is really a good spot to put down this stuff effectively. Night vision equipment would also kind of go crazy here. Yeah, I know we're out of power. The night's not that long though. We do have 1 power pole left, so if I could not have to spend that right now, that would actually be so cash money. Unbelievably cash money, to be honest. I know this is encroaching on the drills, but for now I just want to have power. If it's plugged in, it's good enough. Awesome. All right, looks like that was the final one that we needed. They're all here now. So once it's daytime again, hopefully we can start. I mean, we can certainly start more power. It looks like our grid before was capping at 3.6. Oh no, there's the solar panels. Okay, I was like 3.6 megajoules. It wasn't even filling our accumulators all that much. It's 180 now up to 360. So we've doubled our storage, which is something. It's still gonna die during the night without a shadow of a doubt. We could theoretically, no, we can't set a power switch if we don't have them. If sensor nodes left, we have a few chem plants which we can repair as well. Anything that's broken, let's repair it. We have an assembler as well. What is the assembler required to repair? Looks like a few sticks, which we should have created over here. Wait, so we can repair the remainder of that. 4 of those. That's also going to be more iron rods. I just want to have everything repaired. That'll give me like a peace of mind that I'm not taking advantage of a specific resource we have available to us. I think it's a solid step at least. Okay, we can't repair the sensor node yet, but I don't think I'd really want a sensor node because it looks like a radar, which probably is going to be useful at one point, but for this moment, it's not the most useful for me, so I'm not really sweating that one. Now, we have 194 belts. Unfortunately, much of it's going to have to go into this bulk site over here. We don't have any undergrounds at all, but we do have a path right here to bring bauxite up to the drill, just so we can have automated science while working on other stuff, or from the drill, I should say. I don't know if bauxite's used for anything else as of now. I don't think I saw anything other than the science. Oh, we're out of power poles. Can we make them now? Gonna go ahead and need electricity distribution one. Like I said before, this mod has successfully made me run out of the supply at the exact moment that I'm able to get more, which I'm very, very grateful for. But also, what the heck? We'll handcraft a few of these sciences to get that done. Then we can make power poles. And I think our primary goal at the start here, now that we're going to have a little bit more control, is to look for a better source of power because we're really struggling. Like, our grid doesn't charge effectively because of how rough our satisfaction demand is. You can see everything just plummet when it becomes nighttime. It's actually really cool looking. But our cumes, they're starting to charge now. I was going to say they're not going to really charge all day, but unfortunately it's going to be nighttime before we know it, and they're not going to have any time to charge. So we need to either cut back on power, which I think is less likely, or figure out more power, which I think is probably within the realm of our current skill set. But first and foremost, we need something to distribute that power, so let us insert some of these mechanical engineering researches. Thank goodness. We're saved. We can also get assemblers, which I didn't realize we could make before. A lot of our basic automation, we basically just started Factorio. That's what we're being told right now. They're like, good job beating the tutorial, kind of. Right, wind power. I think this is going to be more important than inserters even, interestingly enough. The other stuff is fine, but we need power very badly. I don't think I've ever worked with a mod that's had wind before. I think maybe Factorio did, which I didn't end up beating Factorio. That's I think we need one more science pack, unfortunately. Thankfully, we're going to be able to make a furnace stack very, very soon. But again, contingents on our power. It's going to be a give and take kind of situation. I really don't know how we got to 99% though. I figured it would have fixed itself when I picked it up. Okay, it's just that this pack specifically is at 99, I guess. Or these are at 98 and 99. Either way, we finished wind power one, which means we can hopefully produce some turbines, which requires power poles, which we also have access to now. Open turbines generates electricity from compressed gas or steam, venting into the atmosphere. Electricity produced may be configured to one of 3 stages numpad. Plus, I'm going to hope that that's my backslash now. I wonder what that means. Compressed gas. What is a compressed gas? We'll have to figure that out. We can make power poles now. It looks like it's plastic contingent, and we should have some plastic. Probably not a crazy amount, but some. We've stopped doing plastic because we're out of carbon dioxide. Because I literally never reconnected it ever. kind of sad, but honestly one of the more mundane things to fix, so I'm not bad with it. Gas 2, the sequel to Gas. That's how I feel about Pipe 2, to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and connect, because we can make a few power poles in the meantime. I really just want to get automation for those basic materials ASAP. Awesome. So now this science pack is good for the moment. Let's go ahead and make a furnace stack. It'll be a baby one for now. We'll expand on it as time goes on. We have small furnaces here specifically as well, which are going to be a little bit different. Oh my gosh, we have like no inserters at all, actually. Wait, I thought we had an abundance of them. I take it back. Inserters are important. Belts are kind of cool too, I suppose. So we don't need coal on a belt, which is like a win on its own. What we're going to do is switch off, or I guess change up our mining situation here. This can continue to use up whatever's here, but let's go ahead and drill from the center of the patch so it takes a little bit more time to rip from, or rip through, I should say. Where in the goodness' name of my drills are there? So we'll do... Ideally, we'll make a 6th one at some point as well. I guess it doesn't matter too much right now, though. Gonna be stretching our power poles thin for a little bit. Great, so now we're double-siding some iron here. I guess the best way to do this is to just insert her some off here. I could use a splitter as well, but I don't think we can craft more splitters, so we have a limited amount, so we should keep it as balanced as we can. We need some iron rods here. Oh, we're getting very, very close. Oh, can we put this into our armor? Oh my gosh, it's horizontal. I can't believe it. I was like, there's no chance this is horizontal and fits perfectly. What a time to be alive. I guess it does say 2x1 actually. Wait. I'm gonna try to use a new team for the new MOC. Hope it works out. What team are you running? We do have a bunch of pylons still too, thinking about it. Is all my power just like rapidly draining in the middle of the night? I guess not rapidly draining, but kinda. It's the secret till it works. Well, you have to tell me if it works, because I will 100% steal your design to make my life easier. I'm going to copy this over to here for now so that that will kick on. Let's figure out how to make the rest of our stack. I'm thinking we probably aren't going to get beacons for a notable amount of time. Is beacon juice a thing? Okay, this takes 2 science packs we haven't even seen before. I'm not even going to consider beacons to be a possibility, so I'm not going to sweat it. We're going to design in mind with size rather than beacons. Or I guess compactness other than beacons. As there is no real reason to design otherwise. Maybe I'll do them from here upward though. Oh my gosh, you can copy paste the ground. Cool. That's actually how I generally do, what do you call it? Like, not terraforming, but whenever I do concrete, I'll generally copy paste the shape I want since I don't have the plus and minus buttons. Regardless of that, for now, we have the start of something beautiful over here, certainly. Have you seen anything more magnificent than a stack of furnaces? I would be hard-pressed to say yes, but maybe there's been something at some point. For now, we will just pull the belt inward to here, and then we have iron ingots. However, we also have gravel. We cannot filter these. We cannot filter these. So, what is our ratio of it? It seems for every 2 iron ingots, we get 1 gravel. What can we do with gravel is question number 1. So we have... Oh, apparently we can crush it at some point. We can use gravel in a handful of things. Anything useful immediately. I don't think we can make cement, so concrete, while interesting, is not viable. We can box it, I guess, which makes 4 gravel boxes for 20. I don't quite know what that means. I mean, I can kind of put it together. I imagine it's just like compressing it, like compressed cobblestone or whatever it's called in Minecraft. I've been thinking about playing a modded Minecraft lately. I haven't done it in a long, long time, though. We can't make pipe 2 yet. It doesn't seem like there's too much. I guess we can dump it into landfill specifically. It looks like landfill 1 might be our best bet. I love this recipe for wooden rails. I also quite like that. It's actually quite cute. Wholeheartedly agree. So I think this is going to be our strongest ally in this battle against the gravel menace, which is going to be one of our 5 splitters. Or 4? I think we have one down somewhere, though, which I might have to reclaim at one point. Maybe we only have 4. I thought we had 5. Either way. So now, I think I'll actually flip this as well. The iron will come this way, and then the gravel will go that way. I know, it's pretty revolutionary. Factorio streamer finds that splitters split things. However, jokes aside, oh, we also have that fancier furnace, which we should probably make a part of our stack. We'll pick that up for now. Ah, we did have a splitter wasted there. Cool, 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 cool. I didn't see it because it was so close. I was looking far away. Let me go ahead and toss my science into there, and hopefully that'll be actuation. Looks like that's only half of it, unfortunately. We can now set up our foundries and actually do like some basic automation for stuff, which is very exciting. I'm surprised these have inputs and outputs the way they do. It's very peculiar. Regardless of that, for now, let's go ahead and get the essentials going, particularly iron plates and iron rods. Now, these are just like further processed plates and rods, so I'm not going to sweat those nearly as much. We might want to start doing mining tool as well, just because that's for one of our packs. But for the moment, this will be the play. Now, something I'm concerned about is that we're going to mine, or I guess produce, the plates at such a slow speed that they'll be eaten too quickly. These produce 0.06 of these per second. Oh, wait, we have to process them down once. I forgot. That's not a foundry, is it? It's the bigger one. Is it furnace that does it? Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. Wait, no. How the heck did I turn ingots into not ingots? No, these are ingots. Okay. I was losing a piece of myself. Holy cow, those are slow then. I was thinking, oh, we'll break that into much more. No, these are just extraordinarily slow. 0.06 per second. Each of these machines can eat a heck of a lot more than that. So I think we'll actually take one of our other splitters and go ahead and implement that post-hastedly, because I don't have a great solution other than let's just split it 50-50 so we have some materials to work with for now. I think this is a fine temporary solution. But holy guacamole, you make stuff really, really, really slow. I don't think we're going to need any of this on its own. I think as long as it's get turned into these respective things, we'll be good to go. Obviously, we'll have much more rods than plates for now, just because of where the backlog was. And you know what? I'll actually fix that out a little bit. Cool. And now we have some of our core materials, which is very, very exciting. Cool. So it's a bunch of rods to make power poles and some plastic as well. Has the plastic been running? It did not run basically since I turned it on initially, because there's no hydrogen, because the chlorine is completely full over here. Cool. So we need to vent the chlorine. I forget what it's called, but I'm pretty sure we have it as a research. There it is. It is a chimney. I guess it makes sense because chimneys vent things, right? I don't think I've ever lived in a place with a fireplace, though. I wonder how much I should... See, like, my concern is that if I just stick it here without a pump, right? It's just gonna eat everything. Like, everything. Glad to see that we got a bunch of graphite out of this, though. You're getting the priority on the chlorine, or the hydrogen, excuse me, because you're earlier in the line. What's your max tech? 100? I'll just let you fill on graphite, I suppose, for now. Okay, so if you need more, I guess you do get your priority. You're back up to 500. Maybe it'll just be fine putting it on the line. It feels like it wouldn't be, though. But it does appear to always fail, so I guess that'll just dump excess. Maybe we can save ourselves pumps if that's how it works, too. That'll be tough to tell. We don't have access to pumps yet, so for now, we have to be a little bit cautious and really just experiment around and see what we can learn. We have lights, which take power, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd love to put them down, but how's our power doing overnight? Have we survived a night yet? Not even close. In fact, everything is about to turn off for what appears to be a good chunk of time. Heck, that's so unfortunate, but it's necessary. How can we get more solar panels? Oh, right, we don't need solar panels. I forgot. We need to do the, what the heck are they called? These things. Let's make some wind turbines. Woo, wind turbines. Everyone loves wind turbines. So open turbines appear to just be like part of a wind turbine, but they're a separate thing. Generates electricity from compressed gas or steam. Right. I don't know what compressed gas would mean. Let's make one experiment with it. Because, like, if we're just dumping a bunch of, like, chlorine or whatever, and we could instead turn it into power, surely that's a better idea. But something about using chlorine as power, I don't know. Maybe it's something that works. I don't know. We're going to be learning a lot. Glad they started us with a few antennas as well. I'm sure that'll be useful at some point. It's also new and exciting. It's also like kind of like, I don't want to say grimier, but a lot like darker than Ultra Cube was. Ultra Cube was so like pretty and bright colors, I feel. It's really just the exploding cube. I do miss the Ultra Cube though. I still think about it. They should combine Nullius and Ultra Cube. Okay, these are enormous actually, wait. Is it? Okay, so honestly, those kind of go crazy. I do need more power poles, but that does seem like really solid. There appears to be a rule for how close they are to one another, which is not what I would have expected. But we'll work with it, I suppose. May as well set up as many of them as we can because I guess that's the new normal. I will need to get one more small power pole to connect these, so please and thank you, one of those. And I guess I'll just do one more of them. Do we not have one more that I made? I thought I made 3 of them. Oh, right, no, I made the other vent thing for the final one. Okay, honestly, these go crazy. Like, I know that they, like, fluctuate and stuff, but this is, like, an incredible source of power. And the thing about, like, wind is it doesn't care if it's nighttime. The sun just keeps catching L's, and I don't really know what to do about it. Jokes aside, this is certainly something we need to invest quite a bit more in. Keeping the factory running is very important. So this is a open standard turbine 1. Are you a compressed gas? You have gas in there. Hold on. That would be interesting. Surely it's not that simple. No, it's not that simple. Is there a term that refers to a compressed gas? Ah, there is. Compressed air, compressed residual gas, trace gas, nitrogen. Compressing nitrogen would be interesting. Do I have a compressor? I feel like I do, actually. Oh, heck, I don't. Alright, for now, we'll have to keep venting it, which is no big deal, on our chimney, which I remember the name of this time around, at least. When I was camping, I had a dream about the cube. The crafting chain of all the sleeping bags seemed very hard to bootstrap. That's very cute. Oh, right, you went camping. How did camping go, Flip? I completely forgot to ask. Hopefully it was a fun time. If you're dreaming about Cube, how could it be bad, right? I wish I would dream about Cube. My dreams are all weird, though, unfortunately. I guess we'll start a blueprint for a solar farm. Whoa, when you copy-paste them, you only get, like, half the object. That's crazy. Have they turned as well? How the heck do you put this in Factorio? Heck, I thought I had it lined up, but now I don't think it is anymore. Sweet. Ah, it's so bizarre. I don't think I've ever seen something like this in Factorio before. It was fun. We had some issues with our reservations, so more setting up and taking down than expected. A little rainy, but glad we went. I'm glad you had a nice time. Sorry to hear about the trouble with the reservations, though. That does seem like kind of a pain. But I'm glad it was fun in the end. Okay, our power is now completely saved. I have a electrical engineer as someone that's close to me, and I feel like they've talked down about specifically wind turbines before. I don't know why, but I've heard negative things. So my initial interpretation or feeling of wind turbines was positive until I heard negative stuff. That was like they're actually like not so good and really expensive to maintain. But they're kind of sick here, so I'll give them a pass for now. You know what? That's totally on me. Thankfully, we haven't really lost anything, but I didn't actually do anything about this. For now, we're going to do the cardinal sin. Oh, we're out of inserters now, too. I was going to say cardinal sin to put it into a box, but we've run out of inserters, so maybe we won't even be able to do that for now. Let's go ahead and craft one more science so we can get that going. What tab is the science? There we go. Yeah, maintenance is wild. Everything needs maintenance, it seems like. Certainly seems to be the case, but I imagine that maintenance on something like that big, especially like giant spinning blades in the air, is not easy. So it makes sense to me. It's just unfortunate. I'm all for green power, so. Cool, 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 cool. So hopefully that will be actuation 1 done. We can then make grabby hands. We will need to divine intervention a little bit here to get the ball rolling again for our materials. Gosh, we have so much gravel already, though. I really like that large chest one. It's just like enhanced. It's just a bigger... It's a bigger chest. Like, it's a steel chest, I mean, but it's a 2x2. It's a very big steel chest. And I don't know. It just brings me joy in my life. You gotta appreciate the little things. Oh, so we still ran out of power, which is not unexpected. We'll need a bunch of wind turbines. I want to make a fairly big field of them if I can. If we could start compressing gas and spinning that for power too, that would be good. But for now, we'll have to just deal with what we have. Cool. So I can make that inserter really quick, and then we'll be able to hopefully have this automated once more. I want to start getting more of this as well. I know that this is going to push our power, but it seems like during the day we can process just fine, and we can now make inserters as well. So as we have more of this available, I want to start making inserters, and I want to start making more furnaces. Furnaces are fairly inexpensive, which is quite nice to see as well. But again, we don't have anything automated right now, so everything that we spend is kind of out of our pocket. Means our crafting time and then finding the materials for them. So anytime that we could just not have to deal with that, it's going to be super ideal. Thankfully, the materials are actually coming quite quickly, and with this improvement, they should come even quicker. Not even deal with coal is nice. These drills produce 0.26 iron per second. Each one of these consumes 0.15. Sorry for smacking you there. So this should be just fine for now. Although our power is certainly an issue. So let's look at more... whatever the heck it's called. Solar wind turbine thingamywhat's. It looks like plastic is going to be holding us back, but again, we're making things now. This is the important thing. We've gotten the ability to have a passive income of supplies. I think I ran the numbers. We might need one more drill, or I ran the numbers wrong. Thankfully, there's a good chunk of plastic there. Again, everything's a little bit gunked down here, but as long as we have an influx of it enough to start getting things going, I think we're in an okay place. Hopefully we can just expand this outwards here. Perhaps I should make it further away from us, but it should be easy enough to just like pick it up and move it down the line. We have access to landfill, but I don't think we've actually made any. We're going to need to make some here though. May as well use up some of that pesky gravel. Oh, I should probably set that up actually. How do we get sand? Is it from processing sandstone? It is. We can absolutely process our gravel now into landfill. I should start with that. What machine does it? We have excess sand as well, but I think the sand is actually used for some things. Looks like a crusher, which I don't think we have actually. So for now, we'll need to suck it up, but it's something that we can do as a priority. Looks like they wanted 5 for this check anyway, so I think it's probably worth it. In the meantime, let's do mining productivity 4. Should have done that even sooner, and 5. Might as well. I didn't realize mining productivity gave us better deconstruction and mining speed, so it's a win-win. We do mine quite quick now. Without being able to use filtered inserters, though, and having like only a handful of splitters, we're going to be very much hurting on things that we can accomplish. So those need to be a priority. Cool, so we've completed that one. We should have opened up some more researches to us. It looks like metalworking, so we can make our own foundries, which is cool because that lets us process the basic materials. Pumps are available now too, which is good. Produce 1,000 sandstone. Okay, that's interesting. It didn't initially seem to me like sandstone was going to be that. I mean, it is an important resource, but 1,000 of it right now means we're just kind of waiting for a little bit. We'll get it over time slowly. We're mining a little. Very, very slowly. But we'll work on other things in the meantime. Definitely want to queue up all of these drills that we can do, and that's the sandstone check. Ah, okay, so that's after the mining productivity. I should have done those earlier. Whoops, no big deal. Distillation gets us access to distilleries, which is good. I think logistics, ooh, that gives us undergrounds as well. Hold the phone. Then there's our small assemblers, and then there's our splitters. So we're getting close to splitters. I think that'll be one of the biggest upgrades that we can get. We are going to need to queue up tool making 1, which gives us access to more deconstruction speed and then crafting speed, but more importantly, it unlocks stuff afterwards. So baby steps for now. Do I have any of these up right now? I don't. So funny that it's just like a third of a wind turbine before it gets placed. I imagine it's like some issue where like if you place a machine, there's like a limited size for like the ghost or whatever. Maybe. And like all that rest of stuff is just part of the animation because you can't click that or anything. So it's weird. Cool. So we have 1 turbine. Let's put that down. We'll have a second one. We'll want to make a third one. And we don't have the supplies for it yet. So let's go ahead and nab some more iron if we can. So bizarre that they turn. Something about something in Factorio turn and it's really throwing me off. While we're here, let's make a few power poles as well. Hopefully we'll be done handcrafting things pretty soon. I mean, at least for the time being. Surely there's going to be a lot more handcrafting to do in the grand scheme of things. I'm going to hang here for just a moment so we can get down both the power poles and a little more handcrafted science into the machine. I'm so glad to see that we just have some things in here. That was so nice to be able to swing by and just have some iron. It looks like now we were fine like I thought before. Sweet, looks good. I could save a power pole here, theoretically. I'll just leave it for now. All right, one more thing. Placing down more science packs. Now I'll get us closer to logistics 1, and then we'll be able to cruise through those other ones. I guess I could technically bump logistics 1 back, but I think it's probably nicer to be able to make some undergrounds, because already I'm kind of wanting undergrounds. We'll wait the 15 seconds to craft one of these. Then hopefully swing down there. I don't know if I have enough landfill. I have 8. 8 should be plenty, actually. Logistics 1's at 49%. I'm hoping this pack is enough to finish it. I don't think it is. I think this one got gunked too. Okay, thank goodness that it was. Great, so now they're going to do the productivity researches, which is shockingly fast. I'm used to productivity researches being so slow, but they're really not bad here. Let's go expand our solar farm. I mean, it's running at night, which is the big thing. Are accumulators staying charged at night? Haters will say it's fake. Believers will know it's fully based on the wind pattern. But if the wind pattern hits right, you know we're absolutely cooking. Okay, apparently we've done the 1,000 sandstone. It was retroactively done. Cool, so that one is done. We've got a fair bit of sandstone. We'll place down one more of these, and then I think we can look into maybe starting stuff. It looks like our power is kind of dying at night. It's going up and down. It's fluctuating. That's good. We should be okay. As long as we don't get tremendously unlucky, it looks like we can survive the night. And keep in mind, this is now going upward. So our nighttime was here, and we've already made it all the way through. So with our 360 megajoules of storage, we should be pretty good to go. Awesome. So we can always upgrade this. I'll almost certainly move it because it's a little bit close right now. Same with the solar panels, but keeping everything close while these are fairly expensive. The poles is going to be the plan for now, at least. Great. So tool making requires that science pack again, but only one of them. So I may as well handcraft it because I think we had the materials for it. It's interesting how many of these are just like one science pack or two science packs required. So they're very, very easy to handcraft, at least for the time being. I'm quite grateful for that, admittedly, because otherwise, we basically have no researches done at all. I don't think... Maybe we do have a machine that can automate our sciences. This can do two of them, so we totes can. I mean, we've done that one over there. What does this require? A motor and an iron gear wheel. We got access to assembling machines, right? We can get them very soon, so I'll queue up automation as well as metalworking. Getting access to a lot of buildings. Mineral processing. Oh, there's our crusher. Sorting of ores by composition and purity. Crushes rocks into fine particles and sorts the results. So bauxite will give us bauxite, or I keep saying bauxite. Bauxite gives us crushed bauxite and crushed iron ore. And then we can turn calcium into calcium carbonate in stone. I wonder if that's useful. Like, clearly we have a huge excess of bauxite not being used for anything, right? It's just down there. I forgot to fix this when I broke it. I forgot. Never want to get caught for goring. Honestly, I'm just going to make them their own inserters with rules now. We have plenty to justify it. Cool. So... enable disable based on the sandstone in here. We can make it 20. I will apply this rule to all of them, except I will change the sandstone over to... I always feel like it should be the other way around. I'll change the sandstone over to their restrictive things, which is going to be bauxite over here. The same thing like Seablock, the crushing recipes improve the yield of ore, more ingots per input. I really like that conceptually, so gosh, I hope so. That says 1,000 in here? Wait, I mean, it's not actually wrong, but it still feels like an absurd amount that's in here. I guess I'll have to going. So we're definitely going to want to do crushing then. I really enjoyed the concept of it when I was playing Minecraft many, many moons ago. Felt very efficient. I can make... motors, but there's no chance we're gonna be able to set up automation for this just yet. I don't think it's worth it at the moment. Alright, so we have toolmaking queued up, followed by automation, followed by metalworking. We can't finish metalworking quite yet because we need some more plates, but we can just handcraft a few. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. We've kind of balanced out our power so we can survive through the night, which is a pretty significant thing. Making 15.6 megawatts when we're only using 3.7 is very, very nice. Granted, it's very reliant on... Look how little these are making right now. I guess these are probably our backup. Yeah, it looks like the turbines don't really do anything as long as the panels take over. I was thinking maybe they're just getting gunked, but it seems like as long as the panels can do all the hard work, they're not going to do much. Cool. We have a day and night cycle. Regardless, we are good to expand out, which is really the big thing. All right, so science in there. So we've got foundries done as well. Oh, I'm excited. We can actually start doing things. Kind of. It's still not going to be the easiest. I will keep mining productivity 6 in the meantime as well, which is our final one that only takes our climatology and geology researches. I'm glad I opted to do this. I was very tempted. Honestly, I've been daunted by Nullius, so I still am. I don't think it's going to be easy or anything. But I was very daunted by it to the point where I was going to just do the randomizer this week to kind of give me a week off of it. And I was like... it'll probably be fun. I do think I'm going to hit some walls But I wonder if they'll be wild as bad as Ultra Cube was, because trying to do the quantum decoding in Ultra Cube was like... I feel like I had to level up as a person, you know? Alright, cool. Tons of sticks available to us. Less so plates, but still an okay chunk. What do we want to do? I guess we'll work on improving our stack. I also want to look into crushing too. Can we make a crusher yet? Or is that still in the queue? Let's research the mineral processing. Ah, and there's our splitter as well. Cool. So we'll handcraft a few more sciences and then we'll start playing with all of our toys, I think. Always the last tab I look in to find the sciences, I swear. Let's grab some of those sticks for now and then we'll handcraft a few more. Oh my gosh, we make so much science now. Truly an abundance of science. I would say all of the science, but that's not quite on the nose. Up to a whopping 10% productivity on our miners, which is certainly better than nothing. I wonder if we can get more iron ore out of... Was it bauxite we were doing? It was bauxite and not sandstone. I mean, we have a patch right here, and isn't there a lower patch? No, I guess it's the only patch. I was thinking we had 2 patches nearby. Wow, we don't really have many patches at all, huh? Wait. Okay, we have sandstone up there. I was like, do we only get 3 patches? But it's somewhere up there. Regardless, none particularly close, so let's go ahead and take care of these patches for as long as we can. Wait, so let's fill this up with our mechanical engineering research. I keep forgetting what they're called every time. Anything else broken for us? It's just the sensor node. So we've gotten past the broken phase and repaired all of our equipment. What else can we do in the meantime, though? I can make more turbines. I think that's probably a solid idea. I'm going to handcraft 4 of those in the meantime. We're going to want more power eventually. I assume having more of these turbines is not going to be a bad idea. I also really want to do C-block still, too. I kind of like... I don't want to say I alluded to it, but if C-block had released a 2.0, I think we would have been doing that instead of this. I will absolutely do C-block at one point. I've heard C-block is like extremely slow is the thing. Like to a really like alarming degree where you'll spend a tremendous amount of time waiting even if you like maximize everything. Which doesn't particularly bother me, but you know, it raises the question, is it going to be like solid for stream? I think it'll still be fun. I think we can chat and whatnot and have a nice time. Sweet. So we got our first crusher. Let's craft one of those at the end of these as well. I'll go ahead and knock off a couple of these at the end though, so we can eke out that first. Mechanical separation is also finished, so we got our splitters as well, which are super easy to make. It's just plastic, really. I'm guessing we're gonna get low on pylons soon. We still have a good chunk. Thank goodness they gave us so many. I was like, what are we gonna use all these for? Apparently it's just gonna be for setting up our wind farm. Alright, so let's go ahead and set up a few more wind turbines. Let's go play with this crusher and see what it does. So we can make landfill in a crusher. We saw that before. We can now crush bauxite, which will give us bauxite and iron ore. We can crush sandstone, which will give us sand and stone. I mean, that one's kind of on the nose, huh? Calcite gives us calcium carbonate and stone. And then stone just turns into gravel. So the most useful one I can see on paper is crushed iron ore, but can we use crushed iron ore for something? I know I have furnace too, but I don't think I have a recipe to actually use the crushed iron ore yet. Or if I do, it's in something I don't know. Flotation cell. Reacts solids immersed in fluids over time. Okay, I don't know. That's what that means. We can process silica. Maybe it's used in steelworking specifically. Steel ingots. Maybe just in the foundry on its own, actually. That would make a lot of sense. It's probably something we already have. Never mind. I flew too close to the sun. I'm sure we'll get it eventually, but I guess we don't want to investigate that just yet. Or it's a machine I haven't thought about, which is also viable. Unfortunately, while looking at text, the crafting freezes. So maybe it's in the Factoriopedia. That would be simple. It looks like we can also just crush it on its own too, but that's for iron smelting too. Ah, okay, so that's certainly what we're looking for. We're getting very close to it. There's our recipe. So it looks like graphite and crushed iron ore gets us iron ingots, and also we can just crush it down. So the ratio is dramatically better, I think. Let's go look at the original one. I guess we can look at, in the Factoriopedia, iron ingot. We can see our recipes for it. So it is 5 to 2. So 5 iron ore produces 2 iron ingots. Normally, iron ingot 2 is 11 crushed to 8 iron ingots. 11 crushed is 12 ore plus 1. What was the other one? I already forgot. Yeah, it's much better. It's like a 75% instead of like a 40% or whatever. Those numbers are not accurate, but it's a lot better though. So we're certainly going to want to do that because if nothing else, assuming the crafting speeds are similar, it'll be a huge boon. If the crafting speeds are similar, it'll be a huge boon. Alternatively, it just gets us more juice out of our stuff, and we only have 1 iron patch that I can see, and we don't have trains. Granted, we will have rails eventually. We saw that at least, so it'll be good regardless. Now our power should be a lot better off than it was before. What did we get access to recently? Let me bring up the thing. So metalworking, productivity, or mineral processing. We have the crusher now as well. The crusher means I can start automating landfill, and that means using up the gravel so it won't fill up the box at some point, but it'll be a long time before we fill it up with our tiny furnace stack. So I think what I want to do for now is to automate red science. I've been putting it off for a little bit, and I don't think any of these are like super duper necessary. Maybe one of the buildings will be, but let's go ahead and set up basic red science automation. So far, it seems like to automate science, you really need a very, very minimal amount because all the researches take so little. So let's go ahead and focus on that. We're going to need a few of these buildings to start with, so can I make any more assemblers to start? Short answer, no. Long answer, absolutely. So go ahead and make more assemblers. I'll make 2 more for now. So the plan is to create Mechanical Engineering Research 1, which takes 1 motor and 3 gear wheels. Motors over here. Gear wheels are also in this machine. Cool, so we're going to need 3 assemblers anyways to do like 1 crafting chain effectively. Unless maybe there is more steps of that one. Those are all done in either foundries or a chem plant down there. We're going to need to make sure that we have it so that the plastic will flow on its own, which I haven't fully fixed yet, but this is a good time to do so as well. This was the iron gear wheels, so we have that as well. So looks like plates, 0.5 and 0.25 and then 0.12 and 0.12. We're absolutely not mining enough to keep this going all the time, but we have the magic of splitters and having a little bit of science going. I don't think we need 100% uptime on our science, really. I think asking for that is a bit of a pipe dream at this point. I think we had access to underground, so let's make a few of those. I'm just going to have it so it feeds out here for now and then comes down and around. Just for the time being. We'll redesign in a little bit. This is our starter base. We all know how it goes. Plug that into there, and then... Didn't I make assembling machines? Oh, that's a medium assembler. My mistake. What are small assemblers like? Oh my god, they're so cute. Wait. I know that they're literally called small assemblers, but they're really cute. Are they just a lot slower? They are. I really like them. Well, that's gonna mess with our ratios a little bit, but not a meaningful amount. This makes me pretty happy. So, this actually takes 4 inputs, which is kind of a problem for a small assembler, to the point where I think we're going to upgrade that one to a middle one, or medium one, and then bring this down here instead. Because 4 inputs, like, that's a tall order for someone such as myself with assembling machines the size as the ones that I have. We could certainly do the 2 on this one, but this feels a lot better. So let's change the recipes over so that they have the ones that we want in the respective spots. This looks so goofy, though. Regardless, we're going to want to get our plastic up here. Iron rods and iron plates need to come out to feed both of these, and then we just need another process of the foundry for wires themselves as well. We're going to move this a little bit. Thank goodness we have bots already. It makes life so easy when I change my mind. So this is going to be... Is it wire that it requires for it? It is wire. So wire is just iron rods. Granted, we need iron rods on their own to make these as well. We're certainly not making enough. We don't have any other foundries right now, but we did get the automation to make foundries, or the ability to make foundries. These consume 1 and output 1.5. This will just consume all of them. So I think that our best bet... Oh, it's tough. I don't want it to eat too many. I think by limiting how much exists by using a singular belt is our best bet for now. There's probably another solution. Heck, we are out of these. We'll pick up a bunch of them. Make some power poles. Have these adjacent. I'll have this feed out, and what I'm going to do for now is have these feed onto the same belt, I think. And then have them loop around. This way, this will get distributed evenly over to there. Half of them will go to this, and then they'll just be on the singular belt, which means I'll probably move these around. Actually, no, that's fine as is. Heck, I think that this just broke my plan. What if I do this instead? Nope. I hate trying to figure out these stupid setups with a singular belt going the direction I want. Where do you output it? You output far, for sure. Oh, it should be easy like this then, right? Because you're going to do this side as well. Yeah, wonderful. Never mind. It was super easy. I'm sorry for complaining. That was my bad. We'll have it go up here. Have it plug in over here. And then I think what I'll do... Oh, I can't filter these, can I? No, I totes can filter them. I can't filter them. So we have some of these coming through. I want to bring this belt around. We also want this to be available to us as well. Our best bet here is going to be... I guess I'll bring it alongside and then just bring it upward here. Apparently we don't have any undergrounds. Totally valid. I just put all of my thingies in here though, so we can't make any, so I'll make one really quick. Then we will want a few inserters, one here. Probably 2 like that. Maybe, I mean, we don't really have a saying. It's got to be 2 like that. So I'll do it like this instead. Oh my gosh, we're out of belts. I didn't think it was possible. I mean, it makes sense that it's possible. I want to reuse a few of these things if I can. It's going to be some underground shenanigans, unfortunately. What was the other thing you need to write? Plastic. I mean, I could theoretically put that on a different thing, but this kind of helps limit it, and it's in the right spot, so it's fine. Either way, for now, we must bring up plastic. We can load the plastic elsewhere if we want to. Oh, my poor glasses. Meow, meow, meow is absolutely right, but unfortunately, you've committed a cardinal sin, and you will pay for your sins. That's so ominous, my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to have this go up and across. I should go into map mode instead of waiting for everything. So here's my plan. We'll have it go up and then across here. We'll do an underground over to here. Have this come. That doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. Less than ideal, actually. But that's fine. I think I could still make it work. Trying to fit these close to each other and share a belt, it's actually really awkward when they're different shapes. Who would have guessed? I mean, I actually could just use a smaller one, right? Because if we're double-siding belts, I want to switch to a smaller one. Remember that time I said bigger is always better? Yeah, egg on my face for sure. I lied, this is impossible. I don't know what I'm doing. I lied twice. I know what I'm doing. Did you hear that Kyrie died, the voice actress? I did hear that. It's such a bummer. Life is far too short for certain. Alright, let's do an underground over to here and then waste one of our precious splitters, but I think it's worth it because then we can actually load it over here. Okay, now we just need to get plastic on this line somehow, or at least bring plastic up here somehow. She's the same age as me now. Yeah, like, it's absolutely jarring. Very much like reminders to appreciate every day. Let me fix up the plastic next. So, what was the problem here? I'm sure it's something we're full on. Heck, I'm stuck. How did I get here? All right, there we go. So you're full on carbon dioxide. Shouldn't you be venting? No, you're not. We just now have too much carbon dioxide. But the monoxide is actually the problem. Because the graphite doesn't go anywhere. But we're gonna need graphite, so I guess we'll start by outputting graphite. Let me grab some of that plastic, and I guess we'll start making some inserters just to get the graphite somewhere. It's just gonna be a box for now, which isn't ideal. I'm gonna get rid of the plastic box actually and turn it into the graphite box. Since I really want to bring the plastic across the area anyways. We'll put this over to here and then give it some power as well. Actually, we're out of... What is this? Hydrogen? A hydrogen. Where doth the hydrogen go? We're full on chlorine. Was I not venting chlorine? You can't vent chlorine. What does void in 1+ mean? I feel like normal gases say void in 1. So that one just says state gas. What state is chlorine? Void in 1+. And maybe we can use it for something else in the meantime? But what the heck is chlorine? Titanium tetrachloride uses chlorine and graphite. I mean, if we're making plastic, it might balance itself out, I guess, because it's needed for it. Surprised we can't vent it, though. Chlorine gas at room temp and pressure. Interesting. What a fascinating issue. Okay, actually we're kind of rocking now. We just need the saline water to flow better. Do we have a second electrolyzer? I don't think we do. Can we craft one? We heckin' can't? Hold on. Ah, snap. We're stuck with one for now. Alright, that's fine. I see your game. Let's go ahead and try to bring this over with our limited belts for now. I really didn't want to bring it across there, though. Are the accumulators, like, way bigger than usual? Maybe not. They feel like they're enormous, though. Maybe it's one of those things where you look at a word for too long and it no longer becomes a word. Is mod compatible with Space Age? I have no idea. I would be surprised. But it could be. Wow, each one of these crafts makes 15 belts? Hold on. Never mind. I mean, like, okay, it's... I doubt you'd be able to go to Volcanus, but it's a 2.0 mod, I suppose, is a better way to put it. Unlike C-Block, which you would have to, I think, downgrade to play. Although I think there's actually, like, a fan-made C-Block thing. Yeah, sorry, I'm not the most knowledgeable with that stuff. Like, I'm playing it with Space Age installed without changing anything. If that's not compatibility, I don't know what is. Okay, cool. So, through a lot of spaghetti and frankly more trial and error than probably should have been necessary, we have successfully done this. We need to make this stack dramatically bigger. We have enough power to do it now, so I'm going to work on that next. Chibi Hige, I do appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're doing, frankly, just stellar. Heck. They should know the direction that I want to place this. so that I don't place it wrong and go heck every time. Okay. So this is very, very slow, but this is mechanical engineering packs done. Once we finish this underground belt. Eventually. Which is good. So, the plastic's totes not flowing at all, though we need to fix that up. Wonder what's more important right now. I guess the plastic, because we can't do any of it. But our materials are hurting so much, and it'd be a lot faster to put down a stack. I also want to automate setting up inserters. It's very easy to do, and having them just be available is going to be very important. We don't have logistics yet, but I still think it's a solid idea. Let's go fix plastic first. Chlorine is highly toxic to organic life. Simply releasing the atmosphere when you actually want to create life is not a good idea. Noted. If you want to get rid of the gas, first have to convert it to a less toxic form. Same applies to other materials as well. I'll have to keep that in mind. My knowledge when it comes to chemistry stuff is extremely simple. Very, very basic. So it's going to be a lot of learning, unfortunately. I mean, I say unfortunately. I'm super down for it in reality. I don't think there's much we can do with chlorine right now. I think our best bet is just to like dump a tank of it for the time being. Or at least like start it in a tank maybe. I don't really want to waste it. I'd rather have it be available to us if that makes sense. So for the time being, let's just store the chlorine. Okay, so then the chlorine goes, the hydrogen goes, which again is being eaten up by this. I want to change our priorities on this. The graphite's nice to have, but for the time being, I'm not thrilled it's being all eaten by this machine over here. So I think I'm going to turn this one off temporarily. It's more important for the methane to get it. It's very in short supply. Until I figure out if we're going to need a tremendous amount of graphite, I think this is the smarter idea. Just put all of our priority on the methane because the plastic is necessary. We're making plastic extremely slowly right now with this ethylene, so... Cool. And we have a lot of belts going and everything. Just means all these iron pipes control all these corrosive materials with no issue. That always kind of bothered me. That like you can have an iron pipe filled with lava and it can freeze. Like surely that's gotta be really tough. I guess steam even can be frozen. But it's still hot steam at the end of the day. Alright, let's make our stack bigger. That's gotta be like priority one now that should be functioning. Our power is keeping through the night. We can certainly justify it. We're going to need more drills and whatnot. And at least plastic is flowing, which is to say, have you crafted yet? You've crafted at least some. Awesome. Let's queue up some sciences to go with. Looks like steel making one is from iron ingots and oxygen to make steel. Very interesting. And it outputs some carbon dioxide, which could be useful if we pipe it all back together. And then we have steel plates available. May as well queue up that one sooner than later. Good access to making distilleries, not immediately useful, but potentially in the near future. Pumps are certainly going to be necessary as well. Desalination. Remove salt content from water. So it looks like we can produce normal water. I'm really glad that I was like keeping it instead of putting it back in by putting in saline water and getting some water and brine out, which is interesting. Craft 1500 iron ingots. I'm pretty sure we're close to that by now. I'd be surprised if we weren't. And then to make steel is another checkpoint right here as well. So two of our checkpoints that are necessary are to make steel and iron. So, oh, we're getting iron smelting too so soon too. That's so exciting. I love it. The progression of the sciences in this are very satisfying so far. Cool. So we have automated 3 sciences. Let's go back to expanding out this area here. I think the easiest thing that we can do is just kind of disconnect it for now and then build it upward. Then loop it back in again. I'm not going to be building with beacons in mind. So we're just going to make a big old stack and then triple our drills to compensate and hope that that's good enough for now. The progression dopamine, that's really what it is. Steel making one completed. When this Factorio track starts playing, that's when you're cruising. They know you've hit like a mental level up and they're like, all right, here you go, enjoy. This is a lot of inserters. I think that's going to be priority number 1 next. Let's go ahead and set this up so that the iron can get back to our base though in the meantime. We're going to want to get 18 drills as well, so I don't want to take too long setting that up. For now, these won't be doing too much, but as we progress through, they'll start doing quite a bit more. Plastic is in very short supply, though. We're going to need to fix that. Certainly. Because if it's one plastic per... Oh, I guess we get 4 inserters per plastic. It's so interesting how many things you make at once. I'm super down with it because we are kind of hurting on supplies. And by kind of, I mean super hurting on supplies. But they should fix it. You know, it's just the awkward steps, right? The growing phases. We're going to need to be able to make more of these furnaces as well. We do have our furnace too. We may as well put it somewhere in our stack, right? No reason to not take advantage of it. Good thing you only need a few science packs for research. That's really how I'm feeling about it right now. Landfill 2 takes 4 science packs. My goodness. They're very, very slow to make as well. Alright, let's look at drills. Oh, everything takes plastic, plastic, plastic. So unfortunate. I've got 8 of them going. We had 6 before. I'm going to want to get up to 20, I think, to be safe. I will be nabbing some plastic. But again, we have some science going, which is cool. Slowly but surely. I wonder if this would be possible if you were playing with like the science costs up to like 1,000 times, or if it would just be like too oppressively long. Surely it'd be doable, but I don't really know how long the mod pack is. Again, my guess is we'll be here for about, I'll say 250 hours. It might push closer to 300 as well, but I'm guessing 250. Kind of a blind guess as well. I don't have a great reason for feeling that. It's just a gut feeling. Okay, so we'll bring power over to these. We've apparently utilized our iron ingots post-hastedly, which doesn't surprise me too much. It would certainly take forever, but I'm sure there'd be people dedicated enough to do it. And I'd be like, wow, those people are so cool. And then I wouldn't do it myself because I am not dedicated enough to do it. Like, it's cool, but like just getting the clear is satisfying enough for me. Maybe at some point I'll try mega basing, but even that's just like, that's a lot to take in. Make some more small furnaces in the meantime as well. We've got 3 more drills, so we need to craft 3 more. I know I was like, we're done handcrafting for now, but I really meant just handcrafting science when I said that a bit ago. Alright, so we're not doing any science right now, so let's do distillation. We have a check here for steel. Okay, cool. We're already up to the electrolysis maker, which is good because we're certainly going to want that. As well as access to the hydro plant, which I think we're already using one of as well. Cool, 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 cool. Seems good. Seawater intake 1. Placed off coast to produce seawater. I mean, is this just not like, I guess that is just a offshore pump, but with more steps or maybe less steps. Energy storage. So we have battery recharging. Do we have uncharged batteries on us? We must. I mean, maybe we don't. Maybe they're already in our suit broken, or perhaps we'll use batteries and have to recharge them later. Very interesting. We'll queue up these for now to get access to those again. I don't see any damaged batteries on me. What about my suit? No, they all look fine. Maybe there'll be a reason for it. I mean, certainly there will be. Let's go place the rest of our drills. Let's hope our power can keep up. We do have access to crushing pretty soon as well, so we're probably going to move this whole furnace stack. Did we already get the crushing, actually? I think we did. Actually, let me place the crusher and see. If we're allowed to do crushing iron ore, I think we got it. Okay, maybe we haven't yet. I thought we would have, though. I thought it was iron 2. Ah, there it is. That was the air filtration, and then we can queue up iron 2. So even though we just kind of like made this stack better, we're going to redo the whole thing in a little bit, but that's really just what Factorio is, right? I made this thing, I'm not happy with it, I'm going to remake it. Usually with a bit of space between it, but for me right now it's going to be pretty instantaneous. So weird that our science packs ended up at 49%. Alright, we'll make one more of these crafters or miners. That should be good enough for a stack for now. I don't know if it'll be good enough for our crushing setup, though. That is a whole heckin' separate can of worms that I don't know if I'm ready to face right now. But I'll face it anyways. How's the plastic looking? It's still flowing, it's backing up slightly. It's very, very slow, but one plastic actually goes really, really hard here. Get access to our electrolysis plant again, which is pretty cool. Need to make a good chunk of inserters still to get everything running, though. Definitely gonna need to process this gravel soon. It very much feels like the name of the game is byproducts. I saw people saying that before, and they certainly weren't joking about it. Which is fine, I'm totes down with that. Seems like it'll be fun to deal with in the long run of things anyways. I do need some more plastic to make a few more inserters though. And then I think the plan's gonna be remake our furnace stack, even though we just made it just now, and then make automation for belts and inserters so we can start doing things a lot easier. I guess I could technically set up the belts and inserters now. A few more researches on getting us access to machines we had limited of before, but that means we can expand out on those specific builds, which is pretty cool. This is kind of driving me crazy that it's flashing, so I'm going to go ahead and switch it out with another one. Basically, I don't really want to watch it flashing anymore. I know we can store less stone bricks in there, but it doesn't really bother me all that much right now. For now, I'm going to store this sand in here as well. I guess I'll keep some sand on me because it might be useful, but I think these two go together into landfill. I guess we could theoretically start making landfill out of them now. I'm a little bit reluctant to do so, though, right? Because, like, if I start making the landfill, it will use up the gravel, but I gotta feel like there's something better to use the gravel on instead of just landfill. We can't just keep landfilling over and over and over again. Tragically, I can confirm this team doesn't work for MOC. I'll try PF next time. I'm very sorry to hear, but I'm still very curious about the team. Back to work now. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Hopefully the rest of your workday goes well. Okay, our iron is now absolutely cooking. We're kind of ripping. I guess we can check our statistics, though. Yeah, look at that. So beforehand, even just like a few minutes ago, we were sitting at 34 per minute, and now we're going up to almost 100. So, I mean, that makes sense. But it's just nice to see the graph go upward for stuff like that. Which means this should all be way more consistent, which means our science should be coming way more consistently, and everything is just wonderful, really. What machine makes a... What is it called? I need iron. What machine makes the inserters? Because those are like so important. I think setting them up now is probably worth it rather than waiting. Surely it's one of these. Perfect. It absolutely is an assembling machine. Inserter 1 takes motor, iron rod, and iron gear. Well, the question is, do you sit on motors? You absolutely do. The unfortunate side is there's effectively no way to output on you. Actually, there might be a way. As they say, if there's a will, there's often a way. In this case, I'm going to be nabbing some of these motors, which is not very good etiquette, but we're going to do it anyways for now. As well as some of these iron gear wells if I can. Again, it's not pretty. We'll touch it up later because we're going to be moving a bunch of stuff, but for the time being, having inserters in a box, I guess, somewhere is going to be such a mental improvement. What else do you need? The iron rods, which are available from this belt here, which is a little bit unfortunate. I will do this here, and then that there, and then this here, but I can't filter that actually, so that's not going to work. I think if I make this slightly further back, it'll be doable. There we go. Certainly not the most eloquent design, but this should be inserters good to go. Should be fine splitting our motors like this, and I think it's just absolutely worth it. Power pole is another one I'd really like to set up too, but I don't want to tap into our plastic too hard. We'll just keep one stack of them. Cool, so iron smelting 2 finished, which was the thing that we were kind of waiting on for crushed iron ore recipe. This outputs stone, and we don't have any use for stone as far as I can tell right now, which is not great. Energy storage lets us make a combustion chamber, which stores chemical fuels to produce steam. I can do hydrogen combustion, which is hydrogen and oxygen to produce 440 steam. And we can burn it for power, it looks like. Or actually, no. Can we burn it for power? What is it used for? If we get uncharged batteries, we can make recharged batteries. I don't totally get the point of this yet. I'm sure it'll make sense eventually. We have 2 checkpoints available right now, one of which is caustic solution, and the other one is steel ingot. So those are certainly our goals. Very grateful for those, by the way. We will do a flotation cell. I guess we'll just queue up these 2 researches. I think it's going to be a lot of checks that we're really reaching. Yeah, there's 4 checks. So we'll queue up everything and then we'll take them one by one. But for the moment, let's look into crushing our iron and see how that goes. So I love the idea of this. The question is, what can we use stone on? And can we use anything on stone right now, effectively? So it's using stone brick. I mean, stone bricks are useful in themselves. It does output gravel, which is unfortunate. We could box it, but that's probably not the ideal. And then we could just turn it into gravel. So probably going to do stone brick recipe, right? Currently we're making stone bricks from sandstone, which produces sand as well, though. We have a huge excess of them, but they stack really, really high, so it might just be fine for it. How much do you produce per second? You produce 1 in 0.02. You consume 1.2. These produce 0.27. So about 5 of them to 1. Should be easy enough to set this up without moving too much of our design, actually. So I'm going to cut off this here for the moment so that it can process the remaining iron ore, which it will produce, or grab over time, excuse me, consume over time, not produce over time. So we'll go ahead and make 3 more crushers, which should be basically on the nose for what we want. The issue is that we're going to need to move this up at least a chunk, assuming we do it here. We could theoretically do it off to the side. Maybe I'll do it like that and then just have it pump back in. That might be easier. But what we're going to need to do is have them feed in. I'll move this a little bit further as well. Have them feed in, and then afterwards have a split where the stone goes elsewhere. We don't have filters on our inserters. Filters would make this dramatically easier, but we don't have the luxury of it, so we'll have to work without it, which is fine. Not the most ideal, but surely it's designed like this so we feel like it's not the most ideal and go, as soon as I can fix that, I should fix that. So for now, we'll have this go down here. We'll do 2 more of these crushers as well. May as well just have them adjacent. I can't see a reason not to. And then we'll have the crushers output. Actually, I think I'm going to have the crushers output together in the center. That makes more sense for this design in my mind. We will use one of our precious splitters here. Thankfully, we can make more of them now so they're not as rare, but they're still precious enough to make. And we will feed them in from the sides over here. Could move them further too if we decide to mine more of the patch, but I think for the moment we're mining plenty of the patch, so it won't matter too much. And copy that over there, and then we'll have our output of this stuff here, and then we'll need to use another one of our splitters over to here where we will filter. I mean, we can move it further away as well. We want stone out on one side is the important thing. Don't inserters have a built-in inserter or filter? Is this disabled in spot? It's disabled, unfortunately. All it has is override stack size. You can wire it to things, which is nice. So you can probably do some sort of... Actually, you probably could do some sort of filter logic with that. Maybe not. No, I don't know if you could. You might be able to figure it out, but yeah, unfortunately they don't have it. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but that's part of the fun, right? Working with the things that are tough to deal with that you are used to. Cool. We have so many inserters now. We are rich in inserters. That's actually crazy. Cool, so we have stone here, and then we have the iron here. We'll just have this loop around here, come down here, and then return back to our build up here. Assuming that we can change this recipe over to, there we go, iron ingot 2. It takes graphite. I forgot it takes graphite. I may have overdone this. Oh no, if it takes graphite, wait. I think the stack is way too big for this, actually. Because, these make 1 per second. right? This new one burns 0.15 per second. So it looks like we can do about 6 of them for 1 crusher. Actually, that's like weirdly perfect. All right, never mind. I was thinking that's going to be rough, but it's weirdly perfect. The issue is going to be the graphite, which I don't really have set up right now. I think I just disconnected the graphite, deeming it to be unviable. We need to set up another electrolyzer stat. Oh, wait, I can actually turn this on stronger, right? I forgot. Now that we have the power, that has the button to be stronger. I completely forgot that was viable. I'm going to ramp this up then. We're going to need to start processing this sodium hydroxide eventually. I don't know exactly how, but eventually. Regardless of it, we can do prioritize buildings as replacement using numpad. If you prefer, you can change the controls to another key in the settings menu. I've already done that. Storage electrolyzer. I don't totally know what that means. We'll experiment and figure it out. For now, I need to stay focused on this though. So this is making more hydrogen. It's not currently being used here, but we're going to want it to be used here again because we have a reason to use the hydrogen. So I will set up pipes. Hopefully I can make a quick underground. I sure hecking can. And then we'll start taking the graphite. Oh, we're gonna need to make a lot more graphite. Actually, it makes graphite fairly quickly, doesn't it? 0.5 per second here. How many are we gonna be using here in our crafting? 0.01. Ah, that's gonna be just fine. We make plenty of graphite to justify what we need now. It's just going to be an initial influx, which is going to be a little bit expensive. Also, we're going to need to make a bunch of belts because we have like heckin' no belts. So let's go ahead and grab some plastic as well. Thankfully, our science is doing just fine. Is there any more science we can do right now? Nope. So our science is going to back up. We'll go ahead and make some more belts, grab some more iron plates, which are finally ending up in a box as well. So we're looking pretty good on stuff. Granted, we're not actually producing any more iron right now. So everything is not as fine as it seems, and I'm being a little bit optimistic about it. But once we get the graphite over, we'll be good to go. I will double load this belt, I suppose. Let's move this upward, and then we'll have this over to here. It looks like that doesn't have any power yet as well. So I'll need to make some of those, and we'll bring you some power. You'll need it on both sides, one in the middle as well. There, that should be fine for that for now. The stone doesn't actually go anywhere yet, but I want to focus on getting the graphite over, which is going to be a bit of a pain. I think I might use this belt actually and make it dramatically easier. We're currently output plastic on a single belt right now, or on a single side of a belt, so we can save a good chunk of space by just putting the graphite on that same belt and then filtering it off later. Should be that simple. Can honestly save a few belts here, and they're kind of expensive right now. Cool, so the graphite's going to come along here. I'm going to set up a splitter. I don't have one right now, and we're going to set that up. I guess right here will be easier. And then I'll do a splitter here. We'll preemptively set the output priority so it doesn't get all gunked up immediately. We'll go look for a graphite. Put it on that side, then we'll paste that there, and then we can start working on the belts in the meantime as well. We'll need an underground, which we don't have either. Gonna get rid of construction on those other belts for the time being. I guess we'll ghost the rest of them. Ideally, we'll keep this away from the iron in case we want to pull from more of it. Cool, so just with an underground, I should be able to plug these in now too once these pulls are done. And again, we will need to deal with the stone, which I don't totally have a great answer to yet, but we'll figure it out. It's fine. The important thing is getting it started, I guess. Alright, so 6 ore goes in. It looks like 1 pair of inserters is fine to keep it running. What about for offloading? Okay, this is actually awesome and I love it. Cool. So we're crushing now. We need to take this recipe and make this recipe the new norm over here. We need to make an underground. Put the splitter down. Boom. Put the underground down. Boom. And this should be still a pretty okay ratio for what I had set up before. Granted, we do need to deal with the stone. So it's like a boon, but also a downside in a way. I'm hoping this 1 belt will be enough to satisfy it, but I'm not entirely sure that it will be. Obviously, the fact that it has an 18-second crafting time slows down how quickly it'll grab the things. But regardless, we are now making 8 iron ingot and then 2 gravel. So we're producing, I think, more gravel than the other one. So obviously we don't want to turn this into gravel. At least right now. We have so much gravel. We need to do something with this, though, to keep our stack going. I think the conclusion I reached was that landfill was not the best idea. There was something else we could use it on, right? Stone brick. And it produces gravel, which is a little bit unfortunate. I guess I'll disconnect this one that makes sand for now. I mean, it's about to be full anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Either way, we will do a stone brick maker over here, which is surprisingly an assembler, I guess, and not a smelter, but that's fine. The stone brick, we'll process it, and then we have our output over to here, and thankfully it's right over here, so it should be easy to do. This should consume way more than we produce. It actually doesn't, and we need a second one, which is good to know, although we don't have the ability to make more medium ones right now, so we'll have to make mini ones instead, which is fine. But we'll make them all adjacent, we'll output them all, and then we'll sort this stuff through. The stone bricks can go into a storage somewhere. Until we find something to use the stone bricks on. It's very much, oh, there's a lot of heckin' secondaries. A truly alarming amount of secondaries to deal with. Whoops, move those over a little bit. Byproducts, that's the word. Make a few more power poles as well. Does it make 1-to-1 on power poles? It does. Cool, so we'll set this to be stone brick for now, and this should now consume, because these produce 0.2 per second, these each eat 0.25 per second, because, you know, they're the smaller ones than the medium one. So this should be enough to keep it so that our iron's flowing. Hey, Wise Wolf, good to see ya. Byproducts, I sure hope it doesn't. True. Or I sure hope I don't. Very true. That's how they get you in Factorio. Make you reliant on buying products. How are you doing today, Wise Wolf? Hopefully well. I hope I didn't ask. My brain's kind of scrambled right now. So much to take in with this mod pack so far. If I did ask it, then that just means I really care, because I asked it twice. I do care either way, though. It's not really a qualification, but I might have asked it twice. Factorio does a lot to my brain after the first, like, 20 minutes. Morale is up and the weather is colder. Honestly, does it get any better than that, genuinely? That's like the we made it point. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to do a splitter, and we're going to have one of the splitter sides be over here, and we'll have it be gravel. We're going to have the gravel go to here because we already have gravel going that way, and then we'll have the stone bricks going over to here, which we'll store in a box for now. I don't know how many stone bricks we're going to be able to store meaningfully, or when we're going to run out, or how quickly we produce them. Without the backlog, it looks like we're still going to need to have a little bit of help here, which is fine. No big deal. Make a few more belts. This is absolutely worth it, though. Belt 1 is in the way. If belt 1's so cool, why is there no belt 2? Rain would be great. I wholeheartedly agree. Rain goes kind of crazy. The one thing that sucks is, like, I really like rain. Love the sound of it. Super comfy. But my sinuses kind of just, like, get obliterated. So I'm just, like, really sniffly the whole time. Which is truly, like, a cruel joke played on me by the universe. Alright, sweet. So now we have a way to store this down. Ideally, we'd want to use it eventually. Or have something more fitting than this. But this should be good enough to keep it flowing for now. So, we have iron. How is our production looking? Is it notably better than it was before? Kinda yes, kinda no. We were making none for a while. Oh, we're still, like, climbing. It's higher than it was, but it doesn't feel as high as I would expect. Why is that? These aren't running literally at all. Because we're not crushing enough? I thought my numbers were good on this one. 0.15 times 6 is 0.9, right? So one of these supplies a cluster of 6, so that's 6, 12. Oh, it's because you exist. You sly crafter. Putting a wrench in my design. Universe is a medium, in my opinion. You are correct about that. But sometimes the universe comes in clutch. That's why I say hello, universe, at the start of each stream. Alright, 3, 6, 9, 12. So why aren't you cooking? Are you struggling to offload? You are struggling to offload. Okay. I did consider that to be a possibility. It looked like it was fine before. But they should help it out. And that way we'll have everything flowing at max capacity. There's so many inserters and they stack up to 100. I feel guilty taking that many. I was wondering why our iron was being used up so much. That explains it though. Awesome. Cool, 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 cool. This is filling so quick. This is really like a temporary solution. I wish I had a train to hit that box with. I miss Ultra Cube. Alright, cool. So the power's still rocking. It looks like at night our accumulator low-key plummets now. Hopefully it can hold on though. It looks like we've zeroed out and the solar panels have kicked on. So we're fine for the moment, but it might drop in the near future because, like, look at that. Granted, we just did a lot more power consumption, but we are going back up. So we made it through the night once more. We'll keep it in mind. How are we doing over here on our production of ethylene? It looks like it's still fairly stinky, so I'd like to improve that if we can. I wonder if the saline plant is the issue. We had that power storage thing. Maybe we should look there instead since the saline plant wasn't running at full capacity. This is our next checkpoint, so let's take a detour and learn this. Prioritize buildings after placement. Numpad. What does that mean? Either way, let's start making it. So it is going to be combustion chamber, and then we're going to need to learn to do hydrogen combustion inside of the chamber. Ah, interesting. I figured that'd be done in a chem plant or something. I guess it makes sense if it's a chamber deliberately meant for, like, combusting. I was actually like low-key afraid of spontaneous combustion when I was a kid. I don't remember why. I think my cousin told me that it just happens to people sometimes. And then I was like, oh gosh, I really hope I don't just burst into flames at some point. Kind of like how people are afraid of like quicksand and stuff too. Okay, why am I over here? Because we wanted materials to make a combustion thingy. Which was iron. Boom. Iron plate get combustion engine made. They're fairly inexpensive, so surely they expect a lot of them. Surely the bottom right crusher also does another outserter. Did I not set up the other one? Oh, thank you. It was because I was out. Very good call. It absolutely does. I'm very sorry, bottom right crusher. Give you a little rub. Thanks for all your hard work. Yeah, that's looking better. Only those two at the back are not good now, so it should be fixed now. Let's go ahead and experiment with this thing, because I don't have a gosh darn idea what I'm doing with him. So, combustion chamber 1. Place it down. It has a research here. I guess not a research, but a recipe. That's what we're looking for. Hydrogen and oxygen. Currently, hydrogen's kind of in short supply. So I'm thinking a second electrolyzer may be necessary, or just kicking it into high form always. It seems like it, I mean, its priority one I think was like it'll eat a bunch of surplus power, but then it'll like run lower if there's not surplus power. So there's no real reason to not run it at full power. Both of the things we need are here. We're currently venting XX oxygen, so the oxygen's not really going to be an issue. It's really just the hydrogen, which is to say we probably need another electrolyzer. But if this is going to be used for storing power anyways, then it's like totally logical for us to do so. It looks like steam goes to and fro out either direction here. I wonder why. Do we store steam in a tank? Let's go ahead and read that research again, because I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do. So we can get steam. Consumes fuel during times of reduced energy production. Because this on its own doesn't do anything with the steam, right? So, like, I get it, we make this team. Don't get me wrong. Like, that makes sense to me. But what do we put the steam in? Do we have an engine to spend the steam on? Engine. Turbine. We have wind turbines. Ah, the open turbines. Right. Okay. We made these before. It's coming back to me now. Can we flip these vertically? We totally can. Cool. I'm going to put these back down here, actually. I'm willing to bet we're going to want more of these, but this is a good start. Was there a combustion thing got me once? I'll make one more of those. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm going to handcraft some pipes as well. I lied, I'm moving them again. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I realize I don't want this to be too close, but lining it up with this one would be convenient. That is the hydrogen going in, or oxygen. I always mix up what they are. We want this to probably go on the side somewhere if we can. Then undergrounds here. I keep pushing Q like I have them. I should just be in map mode. What am I doing? There we go. That's better. Those go like that. And then we have steam here. Technically, steam outputs on the edges as well, which is something we could do. It's probably simpler if we have our setup like this, though, because this is expandable. Then we have steam, which I assume we store inside of a tank. Not a trank, a tank over here. Guess I'll put it up here for now. Then underground there, and then we can have that go through. I guess we can set up a pump too to only use the steam. Assuming the steam will stay hot. I don't know if it'll cool. Surely it won't cool. I don't know if there's a precedent for steam cooling on its own sitting in a tank. What do you mean no power? Wow, you turn off altogether in the other one. We're like low on power. Is the power really that gunked? Ah, okay, so it can use surplus, but if there's none... So if we're like on the razor's edge of power, it won't do anything. But if we have a bunch of surplus, it'll work twice as fast, which is interesting. Alright, cool. So we are now burning into a little bit of steam, and we can put down our steam burn thingy, which has a name, which I've completely forgotten. You gotta admit, open standard turbine was not on your bingo card of what it was called either. And if it was, then points to you, because it sure wasn't on mine. Move this up here, so if we want to put a few of them down the line at some point, we totes can, and then we'll get those, craft a few more pipes by hand in the meantime. It looks like it just burns steam instantly. It seemed to imply that it wouldn't. What was our task here? Prioritize buildings after placement using numpad. If you prefer, you can change the controls. Oh, I see. We have to configure all 3 of these for the thing. Use 1,000 steam turbines. So we can configure this here. Ah, okay, cool. So this is... operates when wind and solar panels are insufficient. This is a primary energy provider like wind turbines. This is only as a backup to satisfy an unmet demand. Doesn't charge surge equipment or grid batteries. Useful for energy storage and surge equipment. I guess for now we'll have it be operating when wind and solar panels are inefficient, which means it'll probably kick on during the night to use some. It's very interesting. This being said, we certainly do not make nearly enough hydrogen or oxygen. How's the chlorine looking? Kind of filling up quite a bit as well. Thinking it might be time to move all this out, to be honest. Or at least move the science packs up. This is all way too, like, close on space for me right now. How do we make another electrolyzer? I think that's a good place to start. Takes a filter. How do we make a filter? Filter is made from carbon dioxide. Oh, I can't handcraft that. That's okay. We can drop a chem plant really quick and we can hopefully make that. Goodness, I really am getting a chemistry crash course today. So carbon dioxide is in this pipe over here. We don't currently use a crazy amount of it, I think. We can certainly get some out of there. Looks like the side feeds, which is interesting. Chem plants look so weird. I'm not used to like seeing them without a symbol on them. I think a lot of the Factorio buildings just look different once you actually like push Alt. It is not what a chem plant looks like in my mind. But it also looks like nothing like the actual chem plant icon, like at all. I guess it sort of does because the fluid on the side. Alright, maybe it gets a pass, but the fluid's not always there. Oh, filters are kind of annoying to make. Interesting. I'm really about they're going to be important to set up sooner than later, though. I think restructuring is in order sooner than later. We're way too tight on everything here. We'll make a few filters because we're required to do so, and I think we'll set up the second priority electrolyzer. Assuming we can afford it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. We can, we just need some plastic and stuff. So I'm going to pick this up really quickly. Grab that pole back because those are also in short supply. We're going to spread all this stuff out a little bit and then set up more of our mall, I think. That's going to be the next plan. I do need to burn 1,000 steam, I think, is the other requirement for this, which should happen passively. Configure one open backup turbine. Is that different than the turbine I have? No. Okay, maybe I need to configure it into a certain state for it to be satisfied with it. Then also have the steam met, because it really looked like it was 1/3 full. Let me check the science, because I want that one to get cleared eventually. What if I change it like this? No, you're always 1/3 full? That's fine. I don't mind. Okay, that's when things are inefficient. That'll kick on, so that's good. You have it configured for standard. I think it wants backup. What's the backup one called? Ah, okay. I swear that didn't turn green when I did it before. Okay, we'll have to keep it on backup for now, which I guess isn't so bad anyways. I didn't realize they had different names. I was like, what the heck's a backup turbine? I didn't realize that part changed. Good to know. I appreciate it, Flip. So it looks like we need to burn 1,000 steam to generate energy, which will happen over time. Presumably in the backup turbine specifically. So let's just chill, let that happen, and then we will move over to redesigning this. Right, we need to grab some iron and some steel. Look at our iron stack. It's so pretty. It's actually like backed up even. Awesome. Unfortunately, I see a glaring issue in my design that means that we're not going to be producing any more ore, so I will rectify that post-hastedly. I didn't think we'd back up on iron, right? That's not on my bingo card. I didn't think we were that awesome, but apparently we are just that awesome. Right, so gonna just ghost that down for now. This functions. This needs to be improved a lot. Cool, we did energy storage demonstration complete. Oh, I had to change it over to a surge one, actually. That's what it was. I was being dumb. Cool. So we have no more researchable ones, just checkpoints once more. Glass specimen, water, caustic solution, and then steel ingots. So I do think we'll take a pit stop here to go ahead and restructure things. Because if we want to plug in like anything over there, it's a real problem. I wonder if I should set up a little bit more automation for like belts and stuff too. Probably a solid idea, to be honest. What did belts take? It looks like iron sheets, iron rods, motor one, and then iron gear well, which is perhaps not so surprisingly very similar. Appreciate the hydrate redeem as well. I've been kind of behind on water today. You stay hydrated as well, Wise Wolf. We'll do our best to remain hydrated in a world that denies us hydration. Cool. Let's make a baby assembly machine. I really love how small they are, though. It's so cute. So we have iron gear belts going in. We have iron rods currently inaccessible, but we can certainly access them. When it comes to mall stuff, I'm not going to sweat it too hard if things are a little bit messy, because it's just getting our basic designs for like materials and stuff. So we can change that without any problem. It really just stems down to like when it's things that I know I'm going to want to improve on very soon, I'd much rather take a little bit of extra time to get it set up now. All right, that's actually not gonna work, huh? Curse you, lack of filters. You win this time. Jokes aside, we can in fact still do it with relative ease. We'll just make a splitter and put it over here. There you go. So now that's dealt with there. We need to bring iron sheets, which I don't know if we produce iron sheets. I don't believe we do. So let's start producing iron sheets. So we will grab a foundry. We don't have any available right now, but we can craft one really quickly. Iron sheets, I think, are just from iron plates. They're just the further progressed iron plates. So I think we're going to redesign this spot really quickly as well so that I can have that looking a little bit nicer. But again, I want to focus more on the fluids because I think that that's going to be like where I end up struggling the most if given enough time effectively. I think that with time passing, the fluids are going to be really problematic. They're already kind of problematic in my mind, so it's only going to get worse. Great, so currently this iron goes on a single line. I guess we'll double load the iron line as well. I'm going to pick up this box of iron plates, and we're going to do something similar to before, where we'll just place the iron plate box over to here. Go ahead and place that box over to there as well. Move it so it's symmetrical, though. And then put those out. Output there, and then output there. I guess we can output them a little bit closer, actually. Go like that, and then we have this line restored. Oh my gosh, bots, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize there were so many iron rods in there. I was like, why aren't you guys building? They were trying. I just made it as hard as possible for them. Cool. So I will double load these for the sake of simplicity. Hopefully it'll be fine on the belt itself. I don't think the iron combines with anything anywhere. It does not appear to, so they should be fine for now. So this needs something there, this needs something there. Set the recipe over here as well. Set this recipe over to those sheets that we can make, and then put this over to here. And then our lovely splitter to make sure that we're being fair to both sides. I think this is probably less required now, though, actually. We can probably skip the splitter. I think early on when we were making much less, it was more of a problem, but I think now it's just fine. This being said, conveniently enough, the iron sheets will be going past right here where we need them. So I'm going to go ahead and just zoop that over to here instead. Heck, I did it wrong. I gubbed it all up. Sweet. So once these belts are made, we will have belts automated. It's a little bit awk in its locale, but it's good enough. You know, I'm not going to complain about it. Awesome. We'll limit this box to, I guess we'll do 2 of them. I don't know how high belts stack. It looks like 200, so 400 belts is plenty for now. Cool, 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 cool. So this is running. We're certainly going to want to upgrade this eventually, but for now, 1.25 sticks per second is not bad. I'd be a fool to complain. They appear to be on the same side of the belt. The iron, however, is not on the same side of the belt, so I'm going to just drain the iron belt really quick. Subsequently, I'll be draining the iron gear rails, but I can't imagine they're bad to have on us anyways. Sweet, looks good. And now we have, on occasion, these iron sheets coming through as well, which means we're making our belts. Yay, belts finally. All right, cool. Now back to what I was kind of dreading and sort of putting off, but I have to deal with anyways. Also, let me quickly offload this iron so it'll be used. We weren't using iron for a little while, so this is backed up, but this is fine. This backing up over on this belt is totes fine. This backing up is not fine. So we're not going to deal with it for now. Oh my gosh, you could stack that to 200. I was thinking that was only like 20 or so. Well, we have a bunch of geology research ready to go. As well as a bunch of climatology. Wonder how expensive the researches get. Regardless of that, let's go ahead and restructure over here. First things first, let's move the climatology research. We can go ahead and make a buffer box for it if we'd like as well. May as well in the meantime. We have an abundance of materials now. Making this closer to our one science lab, which by the way, I don't think we can make more labs actually. Certainly cannot, unless they're called something else. They don't seem to be. Also, I'm going to pick up the air and move that as well. It takes a lot of space. So having access to that one lab is going to be very important. Air is fairly abundant, surprise, surprise, so I'm not going to be sweating breaking down a tank of it. Other stuff I might consider being a little bit more cautious about. But for now, I don't mind too much. This distillery may have to move, but for now, I want to focus on getting the science set back up. Not that we need the science or anything, but just because we're probably going to want it down for the future, so we may as well start there, because that's kind of the foundation. It's very much like a cascading thing. Everything needs to kind of connect into each other somehow. Not necessarily, but most of them need to. So first and foremost, let's get hydro plants down. Beforehand, we were rocking 2 of these. Did I pick up an extra hydro plant doing something else? I don't remember. No, I haven't set up seawater filtration yet at all, actually. Look like caustic solution is actually really, really, really easy to make, surprisingly. Oh no, I set up seawater down here. I toasted. I was thinking I didn't do it at all. I was like, that doesn't seem familiar. No, I absolutely did. So, we need an input of seawater and we need an input of air as well. I almost wish I could feed both from the top because I kind of want to do the air filtration up here, being that we have so much space for it. So maybe I'll do that and I'll just pipe it around. So put down our air purifiers or filters, whatever the heck they're called. I'm going to just make them adjacent for now. It's probably more pipe efficient to just do it that way. And then just bring it downward. Save us some materials. Only these machines need them for now. Actually, I think, does air actually go down here? We do need air further down here as well. So we'll need one more pipe if we're going to bring it across like that, which is fine. And then we'll have air come down here on its own. We also need our water to come up here, which we have our seawater in here. So we will just pick up some of our pipes that aren't doing nothing right now. And we'll bring our seawater upward. Unfortunate locale for that very specific one. I think to compensate, I'm going to actually turn these. Then the locale becomes a lot more convenient rather than unfortunate. Plug this in here, and then once more up here. It looks good to me. Looks like our pipeline is pretty unhappy with its current length, so we'll have to fix that by slamming one of our pumps down. Easy enough to fix, but there we go. Now we have our seawater running again. And all we need to do is plug in a few power poles over here to get our science going once more. Take a little bit for the air to kick on, but there it is. It's going out now. So that's an easy little fix for us. And that gives us a tremendous amount of space as well. That's only the beginning. We got a lot more to do. So I'm going to stash any science I picked up in there. I'm also going to set up, I guess, a box for science like I kind of alluded to a little bit ago. So let's go ahead and place that there. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to nab all the science out so it doesn't make too much of it. There we go. Now it'll feed it. So that's good to go. Boom. We're now making more. It's feeding into there. Good to go. So now we need to bring the air down. We had this pipe. I'm going to switch it over to the other side because I don't think that's exactly where I want it anymore. I think the air only goes here, so it should be fine to just fill it in here. Good to go. Boom. We're also going to want to move this admittedly, but We've already made a huge chunk of space. Let's move this, even though I was just like, this is where it's going to be. Honestly, just moving it straight up is probably the play. If we can line it up with that pipe, even better, though. Let's do that. I'm going to move it one down, just in case we need to tap the air later. I guess we can always tap it from another part, though. Regardless, this is probably the play here. So air goes in, turns into nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Currently, we are just simply venting all of the carbon dioxide, it looks like. I don't know if we have a reason for it yet, so I guess I'll keep venting it. And then our oxygen, it would come down here, as it did before. I'm going to move this setup right up to here. Looks good. Our piping will be saved one day. Now we have our carbon dioxide in here, which is, I believe, this pipe over here. And this is our oxygen coming through here. So, why the heck was oxygen pointing this way? Did I destroy something important? Oh, that's where the tank was? But that's a different tank. This was an oxygen tank, not a... Okay, I see. This was a different tank. I was like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. In that case, we're going to move this over where the oxygen is produced instead. And it should be easy enough for us to just connect a green wire again. It should keep the logic from before, which it does, so it's just fine. That's much better. There we go. So now that's connected into the system, which is a lot more convenient. And our extra oxygen will still be vented outward. Now this setup here is so scrungly and so close together that I'd really like to separate it. Let's look at the seawater filtration. Currently we are full on saline water because we're simply not using enough of it. We're also full on chlorine. I'm going to dump the chlorine tank for now. Hopefully we find like a proper solution to it. We should over time, but for now we're going to dump the chlorine tank because we need to figure out what the heck we're doing with the rest of the stuff. We have one of these currently. Is there another recipe in this machine? There is. We need to set up the caustic solution in the meantime. We are outputting the stuff for the caustic solution right here. So maybe what I'll do is disconnect these pipes for now. And this will be our caustic solution maker instead. Reason being, it's already like right here. Like this is where the sodium hydroxide comes out, right? Something I will need to do though is change a lot of pipes. A lot of pipes are going to have to change here. Avert your eyes. Honestly, I can probably get rid of this box, potentially. We'll leave it for now. These pipes are going to be a little bit tight with this spacing, unfortunately. So all of these require saline water. Saline water, saline water, saline water. So there's harder. Oh no. My shame is now on full display. How could this have happened? Okay, I thought that was a green pipe for a minute. My eyes were playing tricks on me. Is this saline water here? It's seawater. So you're gonna make saline water. That's your thing. Okay, cool. I forgot what you did. Alright, so now you're making the yummy, delicious saline water. Love it. Can't get enough of it. Wastewater could probably do without, but saline water goes crazy. Thank you so much for producing it. Heck. I'm gonna move these like slightly back. I can't really negotiate this one though. I mean, I can with a belt actually. I'm being dumb. Oh, but I can't with that one. Let me think. I guess I could just underground. It's fine. The piping is going to be a little bit tight, which I was trying to avoid, but this should be fine to plug in here. Then I can use an underground here to just kind of do a loop around. So it's not the best piping in the world. But I'm hoping by keeping this here, keeping space here, we can maybe fix this up in a bit and then move all this away. So this is now making caustic solution. Yum. Love it. We need to output caustic solution, which we can use an underground to do. And this can go anywhere. For now, the caustic solution is going to go over here. It'll just be stored in this container here. Ideally, what I'm going to do is have everything kind of go out and then have them all stored somewhere so that we can have them all like visually available. Regardless of it, we're making caustic solution, which is burning through our sodium hydroxide slowly, admittedly. but it's doing some, which is something. We don't have an output for the wastewater anymore. We do have a pipeline here for the wastewater to go out, though. So let's quickly go ahead and get that plugged back in. This one's kind of non-negotiable. It's got to go this direction, period. We don't have any more water to dump it up there, but we have some down here, so we'll take advantage of it in the meantime. That said, this system should work now. Caustic solution is good to go. Next up, I want to fix up the stuff down here because holy guacamole, it was not looking good. I kind of want to just remake it from scratch, so that's what I'm going to do. That's a very dangerous idea. I'll remake it from scratch, but I won't take down the whole thing yet. I think taking down the whole thing will result in a lot of headache. If I make it from scratch, I'll be like, this goes to this, and then what does this come from? And then this and this. We'll make it a lot simpler where we'll start our build piece by piece. So methane was step number 1, which needs carbon dioxide and hydrogen. Hydrogen is produced in our electrolyzer. And we make carbon dioxide up there in our distillery. We can make these bigger, certainly. But for now, we'll keep it simple. It looks like this is used in several of our machines, including a chemical plant, which also uses carbon dioxide. These are literally the exact same recipe to output different things. Good to know, because it means we can build around that. What do you use? You use carbon monoxide, which is what this outputs. I don't think anything else uses carbon dioxide except for these two things, right? So when it comes to carbon dioxide, we can keep it all isolated up here. Does anything else use methane? Or not methane, hydrogen. Looks like we use hydrogen on graphite specifically. Graphite we're gonna want... Are we full on water? Oh my gosh, we are. That's pretty cool. I guess I'll dump it for now because we're making too much of it. We're going to need graphite running all the time, and we're also going to want it to be available to offload over to our mines. So that's a very important one, but I'm going to move it upward instead. We're going to have it over here, I think. That looks good enough. So let's go ahead and plug in our methane upward as we were kind of thinking about doing before. This at least gives me a better idea. I still kind of want to expand it out quite a bit, though. Thinking about the size it is now. But really, I just want it to be more readable, because it is very much not readable for me right now. Getting an idea of where things share inputs is going to be like a very powerful boon to us. I'll grab an underground here. Then one here as well, and then just normal pipes. Now we are once more producing our 3 fluids out of here, which is going to be our carbon monoxide, our water, and our methane. So the water was currently being stored down here. Water is also a byproduct of ethylene down here. So I guess we'll move ethylene up as our next thing. My thought process is if we can like get all of this in like one little area, we should be able to like kind of copy paste the whole setup itself. Rather than make like a line of these specific makers, we go, all right, this one produces 40 per second. This eats 40 per second. Actually, we need another one of these looking at it. Jokes aside. But like, you know, you get the idea. If we make it so that we produce enough of it, everything will be cool and great and not unfortunate. Hopefully. I think actually we do want to do these a little bit lower. Because we have the oxygen. I mean, we could bring it across the building, but I would rather not. So let's do it a little bit lower. Anything else using oxygen down here? It looks like it's just our chemical plant over here making the ethylene. So for now, you know, let's just put you down here. Might as well. You don't have to be perfectly lined up or anything. Actually, I hate it. You do have to be perfectly lined up. I'm so sorry. I thought I liked it and I didn't like it anymore. And you are further down the line. You're an ethylene consumer. So we can go ahead and just pick up the water. And then move over to doing... I mean, I don't know what to do with the water either. I guess we could dump it, right? It should be fine to dump the water back in. We have another outfall here. So I guess we'll set up an outfall for the water because we don't use it for anything and we have like a huge excess of it. So let's move these pipes over a little bit so we can save a few of them. Boom, looks good. Set up our water output. We'll have it go down here and then attach over there. That should be pretty easy to set up. And then we just want to bring the water over to the east side somehow. I say somehow, like it's not just put down pipes and hope for the best. Let's go into map mode briefly so we can build a little bit more as well. Heck, I thought that was the right spot for that. It was not. There we go. It's got to be on the edge of the water. I guess you can theoretically use landfill as well, but let's avoid that when possible. I don't know if we want to dump all of it though. Like surely it's useful. I mean, it is like really abundant on account of being water. Don't get me wrong. But like surely, maybe I'm coping. But like it's water. Like it's got to be useful for something. Surely we can grow like a plant or something. All right, so let's bring the water over to here. I wish it wasn't totally lined up there, but that's fine. Heck, this positioning is really bad, actually. Bring it across here, plug it in. Okay, now we're dumping water, which seems to be the correct solution for us currently. Subject to change, but it seems good enough for now. Now, any water that's a byproduct immediately gets spat out, so these can run on their own. Carbon monoxide doesn't go anywhere, and neither does our methane currently. Methane needs to come down here, so I think we just plug this in directly. Oh, I forgot we need to plug this in as well. Whoops, slightly too low. This also outputs water, so we can just combine it over. We'll just have kind of like a water line that says goodbye to everything. It's a really convenient byproduct if we can just put it back into the I was gonna say the ocean, but it's really more of a lake than anything. Wonderful. So now we're making methane, which is going into here, which is producing ethylene, which is currently going nowhere. But that's fine. Carbon monoxide. I guess we can set up this. What the heck is carbon monoxide used for? I know there's a reason. I just heckin' don't remember what it was. No, we lost something in the sauce. I don't know what it was though. You did not successfully get the stuff because I plugged you in wrong. My bad on that one. Kind of a blunder. I'll fix it now. You still need an input of... That's where the monoxide was. Perfect. Makes perfect sense why I was a little bit confused there. Great, so now we're producing graphite again. Oh, I hope that that's the right side of the belt for the graphite to go on. It actually does not matter at all. Perfect. Last thing we need to do is reset up our plastic, which we had set up before. So I'm going to pick up the plastic, place it over here for now, and reclaim some of these pipes, and especially these power poles. This will take in the ethylene that's spitting out here. Let's look at some ratios for these two. This machine outputs 16 per second. This machine eats 8 per second. We also have an abundance of chlorine as well. So I think we're going to double up on our setup here. Granted, it will output some hydrogen chloride, which I don't think I have a use for yet, but might... Yeah, surely it'll be used eventually, right? Smile. So I'm going to go ahead and move this over to here so it lines up a little bit better. Thankfully, this has a throughput on it, or whatever you call it, like the run through of fluids. It looks like it's got the double arrow, so I assume that it works. So hopefully we can just do the one right here. And then we'll make a few undergrounds once more. So that'll work. That'll have that. We'll put the output down here. Cool. So we just need to input this. It's not like a meaningfully different setup, but goodness if it's a lot easier to identify what's going on. And I think a big part of it too is like we can expand certain parts of it fairly easily as well. It makes my brain happier to look at by a pretty significant margin. I still want to change the saline electrolysis though, right? Because we produce plenty of it, right? You do 55. Oh, but you're not in like the kick butt mode, are you? I guess with the kick butt mode, if we make enough power, it might be more justifiable. You consume 8.33, you produce 14 now. In the kick butt mode, it's totally good. So we might not need another one. Oh, I should probably make it so these actually output, huh? Like as a prank. So that we actually get the plastic that we wanted. Hypothetically. One of them hypothetical, what if we put our Minecraft beds together type situations. Didn't actually plug in the chlorine yet either, which would also help. There we go. There's our, I was gonna say our iron. There's our plastic. So, how do I want to do this? Heck, we need that power pole. I think the easiest way is to go like this. Perfect, looks good. Alright, so everything should be running now. Our plastic production should be dramatically better than before. We do have a little bit of a storage issue with stuff. What the heck is caustic solution and why have I produced so much of it? Is it something that we should be dumping? We had a knowledge check on caustic solution, right? Did we not? Consume it. I mean, I don't really wanna. Seems like it would be not the best to really consume. We can make brine. Hydrogen chloride neutralization. Clearly we need to get rid of hydrogen chloride, so I assume the function here is caustic solution is used to make brine, but what the heck am I gonna do with brine? What is brine? I need to go back again. What was that made in? Here it is. It's another electrolyzer? Ah, snap. We do need to make another one. Cool. Planning on doing it anyways before. So we have that solution there. We have this down here. It doesn't matter too much where I put it, I suppose. I'm going to just put it over to here. Wait, did I set the wrong recipe? I toasted. Switch it over to this one. It makes more sodium hydroxide too if I do brine. Oh, so I guess I can process the brine? Wait. Is this the wrong machine? I'm so confused. Where is the recipe? I looked at the wrong one, I think. There it is. That's in a hydro plant. Okay, no, hydro plant makes it, and then chemical plant processes it into brine, and then I can take the brine and turn that back into hydrogen and chlorine. Interesting. Okay, so it's a chem plant for now. Whew, this is like jumping through many, many hoops for my little peanut brain to keep up with, but at least we found how to process the caustic solution into brine. It says aqueous concentrated. I guess we could dump brine with an outfall. That's something. If it's useful, that would be good, though. I don't know. It's interesting. We'll have to figure it out one way or another. Given enough time, I'm sure we'll sink or swim. Like, this is not throwing flack at Pyanodons in the slightest, because I know Pyanodons is, like, beloved and super, like, I mean, it's iconic if nothing else, right? But I've heard people say this is, like, similar difficulty, or at least, like, very difficult like Pyanodons. I feel like this is a lot more, like, playable so far. Just because they give you so many belts and stuff. I feel like pies would be slightly better with more belts, which is like totally like just make more belts forehead, and I understand that and I'm so sorry, but like I don't know, I'm just enjoying this a great deal. I guess that's all I'm saying. I expected it to be a lot more like suffering, I guess, and I haven't started suffering yet, which is pretty cool. Ideally we'll hold off on suffering until it's truly necessary though. Although with all these pipes, I should really be complaining more. Maybe I'm just in a good mood today. That could be it. I'm going to handcraft a good chunk of power poles now as well. Everything is already broken. Because of our lack of this, because this turns off in that mode. I think I will just do a second one, to be honest. Having a second one and have them both run is so good. I wish this had like a third mode. But having it kick off anytime we're using accumulator is not the plan. Well, we will place a second one of those as we anticipated. I'll put it here for now to remind myself. But for now, let's go ahead and give power over to this. And there you go. We're turning this into brine now, which gives us another checkpoint, which is pretty satisfying. I imagine that a lot of our checkpoints are going to start slugging, though. Like, we've had some quick ones early on, but I imagine some of these checkpoints are going to be gargantuan tasks for us. But for now, the brine will go in here, and we can at least process the hydrogen that comes out of this process over here. Let us go ahead and get rid of this oxygen storage thingy we're doing over here. Brine Pog is so right. Who doesn't love a good brine? I'm not totally clear on what brine is, admittedly, but I am willing to get excited about it because Brine Pog is just the right energy to have. Can I fit 2 of these over here? Not really. I mean, kind of, actually. Like, kind of perfectly? Not horizontally. Vertically. I'll move it back a little bit. Literally just salty water. Honestly, that's fine. I thought it was going to be something really bad. As soon as I said I don't know what this is, I was going to be like, people are going to think I'm dumb. People are going to get the wrong idea. But then it turned out it was just salty water. Okay, so we can plug this in over here. We don't have an oxygen dump anymore, so we'll have to remember to put that back in. We need to fix whatever the heck is going on here. Because this is the accursed piping that we can now rectify, hopefully with some ease. Into the blessed piping. I think I'm starting to enjoy piping. Is that like a bad thing? Have I like successfully Stockholm syndromed myself and enjoying the piposity that's being presented? Okay, cool. We can just pump this up now. Alright, awesome. This should be double our production now. We don't need to be reliant on that one power source mode that doesn't really work. We don't have an output for the sodium hydroxide, though. That's a good point. Wait till you're shipping fluids by train. I don't know if I'm ready for that speed. Never mind, I'm scared again. I'm going back. Although I do like trains, so maybe it'll be fine. The power pole situation here is kind of bumming me out. Okay, so we want this to go to this machine, or I guess this box over here. This is like the most cursed pipe, or I guess belt, but it's fine. One underground will be sufficient for it. I can actually save a little bit too. Hold on. I hate it here. Never mind. There's gotta be a way I can do that. I'm just staring at like an underground belt trying to fix its direction. Oh, it's so much of that though. If I move it down one, it's easy to fix. There we go. Cool. So you have way too much hydrogen because you don't connect anywhere yet. This was a hydrogen pipe and still is a hydrogen pipe. Therefore, if we connect it to the aforementioned hydrogen pipe, we will have successfully hydrogened, which means we are good to go. So let's craft a few more of those and then everything should run again, which is good because I kind of turned off the base for a little while. A little longer than I would like to admit, but it should be turning back on now. Do you have any researches we can do now? We do. Oh, it looks like a Crest toothpaste, kind of. But a little bit more cursed, I guess. Although I guess it's not that cursed. I know that some toothpaste have like charcoal in them and stuff. That's so bizarre though. I've seen it, but I've never partaken. It just feels weird to brush your teeth with charcoal. I don't know why. So it's synthesis of versatile carbon compounds. Nico loves trains. It's true. I will stay on a good train. Oh goodness, I thought we were kind of like done with compounds and stuff, but I got a funny feeling. Alkaline or alkene synthesis? alkene. I'm going with alkene and then butadiene and then styrene. I guess. Ugh, I don't want to research that. We can access making chem plants. That'll be a nice boon. Certainly grab that. I'll research it. I know I shouldn't avoid it. Another knowledge check is to consume 10,000 water. What does it mean by consume exactly? Clearly dumping it is not what they want. I mean, maybe it is actually. Oh yeah, that's totally what it is. No, it's not what it is. What the heck do we use water in? I can get it from saline. Looks like water electrolysis is a thing. Oh, that's French gas. Using a recipe? Yeah, I guess that's the recipe, unfortunately. I imagine it's one of these. I have hydrogen chloride, so I could make hydrochloric acid. Which is a little bit past where we are now. So we need to do it before this checkpoint here. Probably something in this machine if I were to guess. Okay, we can make... Oh, we can do water electrolysis. Oh, no, I was wasting all the water. Heck. That would have been really useful. Abort, abort. Get the water back. I made a grave mistake. Apparently we did our plastic utilization, consume 250 plastic. You know I consume plastic. That's what I do. That's what people know about me. They go, Miko, what does she do? She consumes plastic. And I'm like, yeah, you're not wrong. I think I committed to that too hard. I don't actually consume plastic. I mean, it depends on what you mean consume. I don't eat plastic is really what I'm trying to get across. I feel like oftentimes I'll say things and they'll be misconstrued into like Miko eats plastic, and we're going to hopefully avoid that as the outcome. This is very interesting. We could use this like over here as like a primary way to produce power too. So we can turn water into power. It's very, very interesting. Microplastics. See, that's the thing. You can't really avoid eating microplastics. That's just part of being alive. That's how you know you've made it. You're an old pipe, so I can fix you up and then save myself a little bit of headache. Okay, so the oxygen is truly abundant. I never reset up the oxygen dumpy wumpy, as I think the technical name is the oxygen dumpy wumpy. I'm gonna change this into just always being on, I think. I mean, that's probably a pretty tremendous waste, but we have so much steam right now. Nothing else that'll turn the stuff on. I don't want it to be a primary. I changed my mind. So this is doesn't charge surge. And this one is the efficiency one. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We just need to set up our dumpy again. So do we have any of these available? No, let's make one. Oh, what? I forgot what I called it already a few times. It was the scientific name, though, I'm pretty sure. Right, the oxygen can go into here. We'll set up the pump once more. The macroplastic consumer is really funny. I just heard that. That tickles me in the right way. Oh, we didn't actually plug that in to use the power. Cool. So we can put our vent over here. Not vent, vent. There we go. And set the restriction once more on the oxygen being above 2,000, we'll say. Ah, okay, you can take 500, but you only consume 200 at a time. I was wondering why it was working. Oops, got that backwards like normal. Cool, so now you're functioning again. We need to consume the water. These are all going to turn off because of the water. Oh, we're actually eating up like all of the hydrogen chloride. How nice. I mean, I assume it's a good thing, unless hydrogen chloride's like super useful. Oh, I really didn't think I'd be taking a chemistry class today. We might need a tank still to dump the excess. That's totes possible. Okay, I don't know what our water production is like. I'm assuming that this is actually going to be like super positive on it. Especially with us dumping the excess oxygen. Consumes 30 per second. This produces 6. This produces 6, 8. I think we're slightly ahead right now. Yeah, this one machine should dump enough of it to justify it. And again, it's nice because all this extra hydrogen is just going back into the system effectively. Why are you not always running? Actually, wait, so you just don't produce enough is what it is, right? You produce 24, you consume 60, goodness gracious, alright, I mean, that's fair. I don't think our hydrogen can keep up right now. This will be fine for the moment at least. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's rubber. I don't know, it looked like a little speaker and I was like, that seems nice, but it's just rubber, SBR. Don't know what the heck SBR means. Probably not important. Oh, is it like made of styrene and butadiene and that's why it's SBR? No, there's no way. That's just a convenience. Maybe it is though. What the heck am I going to use rubber for? I guess rubber and plastic are kind of useful for things though. Either way, let's queue up this research. What do we need to do for this? Consume the water. That is starting to go up now. Consume glass. We're not processing any glass right now. I didn't even realize glass was a thing. It kind of went under the radar for me. So what the heck is glass? It is 3 silica. Makes 1 glass in a foundry. I don't think we can mine silica, right? We can produce it with saline water and sand. Sand we get from sandstone specifically, and then extra stone. I guess that gives sandstone a use. That's exactly what it is. I feel so smart right now, and I don't know if the dopamine from this moment can really be surpassed. I think we might have hit the peak, unfortunately. I think I'm officially a chemist. They should let me name chemical stuff, because I think I figured out the pattern. Oh, we should do that too, the steel. I've been kind of putting that off for a little bit. Let's make glass. Let's start getting glass set up in the first place. So we're going to need some miners to start. Disconnect this for now. I think I'll just dump this sandstone in here for the moment. So we will do... I guess I'll do it from map for simplicity. I don't really know how many we're going to need. I feel like it's less than what we're going to need for iron. But that's kind of just like an assumption more than like actually like a scientific reason. I'm just like, surely it's less. Can always expand it outward, but for now, this is probably a fine start. I have understood chemicals. Azido, azide, azide. Is that like a... Am I even saying that right? Am I even in the right, like... Am I in the right classroom? Is this intro to chemistry? Chemistry 101? How do I always end up with these? Let's delete a few of these blueprints. I guess all of them. I don't need them. Azid. Ah, okay. Weird. Interesting, but weird. Okay, so for sand itself, it's through a grinder, right? Crusher. Then we have excess stone, which I guess we can route back to over there? I guess. Let's do this upward. We need more space. Okay, so we need some crushy washies, so we'll make... I really don't know how many we're going to need, so I'm going to copy one for now. Put it up here, and we'll change the recipe over to sand specifically. So it eats 1.25. These produce 0.33, so 3 of them is 1 effectively. It's kind of a gnarly ratio, though. Let's put down a few more drills. This will make it better. That means we can just do 2 of them and that'll be a simple enough start. I think I'll do what I did before. I think this is actually the same ratio as the other drills over there, which is, I mean, convenient, logical. How are we doing on belts? You got any belts? Oh my god, there's so many belts here. I'll never complain again. It's such a meme chemical, it keeps coming up in professional memes. Really? What makes something a meme chemical? Like, I'm interested, I just don't know. It's got a silly name for sure. I'll give it that one. Okay, Crusher. Go ahead and make some more. Oh, I should really set up power poles already. Now that the plastic is heckin', I say it's flowing, but there's still effectively none there. Is this all like kind of working? This is like my big concern right now. This run's too slow because our hydrogen is still kind of stinky. It's not running at max capacity, but it's good enough. Maybe I should have one of these on like the extra power mode. Oh, then it is like nothing. If I expand out our power, it'll be fine. It's a program if you don't know those nuked. TLDR, it's a large organic molecule. It's just all nitrogen. Oh, that does seem kind of dangerous. This is why you shouldn't let people make molecules. Let alone organic ones. Welcome to my TED Talk about why we should leave science to space and how it's too scary for us to handle. Jokes aside, science is really neat. I really wish that I was like more driven to like focus on science stuff. I mean, okay, I say focus on science stuff. I mean like many, many moons ago. I feel like I would have had a fun time taking those kind of classes and stuff in high school. Alright, we have so many belts now that I do not care about a belt like this. So remember when I was like, I'm gonna just dump this here and it'll not be a problem? So that's kind of true. However, it's time to unleash my secret technique, which I didn't tell any of you about, and I apologize. It's called large chest. I think it's a little bit revolutionary, and it's going to mix up the game for a while. But I think it's good for the greater good. I think a large chest is going to make a difference down the line. Alright, so now we have our sand output, which we needed for glass, right? So that goes into a foundry. Wait, that's silica. How the heck can you make silica? Silica. Saline water. What was it in though? Chem plant, I think, or dynasty? Flotation cell. The heck's a flotation cell? I can craft one, that's something. Takes a whole heckin' hydro plant. You think I made a money here? We need carbon dioxide. I guess we can plug that in here. This will be our permanent filter maker. It's in the perfect spot. Okay, maybe that spot wasn't technically perfect because it was wrong. But the spirit was there, right? Cool, so we can make some filters here. I'll probably just hand make them for now. But regardless of that, let's go over to... What the heck was that thing called anyways? Flotation... Is that how you spell flotation? There's no way the word float isn't in flotation. Is that different? Is that really how you spell flotation? I mean, it's gotta be, right? It's kind of blowing my mind right now. Alright, let's go grab some plastic as well as some... stone bricks, which we have an abundance of them now, so might as well use them. So I can't believe that's how you spell flotation. That takes so much garbage to make. So it reacts solids immersed in fluids over time. Does that mean it's really slow? Like, there's got to be an A. Both spellings like this. Okay, I feel a lot better now. That was really messing with my head. I really had my, like, young American life messed up by reading things and playing things that were made in Europe. I remember very distinctly that I developed spelling color with a U really early on. The word color specifically. I don't remember what game it was or something I was playing or reading or whatever. And I remember my teacher being really mad at me and making fun of me. Not like being really mad, but certainly like making fun of me. Teacher's like, what are you, like British or something? And I was like, buddy, I'm just a kid here to learn. What's your problem? But I was very embarrassed when they called me out in front of the class for him. That's like a core memory. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Heck'em. That's a hydro plant. I should not have picked that up. Did I just duplicate a hydro plant? Why do I have a whole extra hydro plant? Did I make 2 flotation cells? Why did I make 2 of them? Does it make 2 every time you make one? I must have... No, it does make 2. Okay, weird. All right, cool. So we have a new plastic recipe which takes propane and ethylene. Rubber takes butadiene and styrene. I'm going to check with those for a while. God forbid a child learns other languages. It was rough. I mean, this was like the same school system where they got really mad because I was holding a pencil with my left hand. Quite the place. Okay, so silica, you must consume a lot, right? You actually consume like nothing. Butadiene. I really appreciate the pronunciations. Is that the right word for it? The spelling breakdowns. Because I will certainly be struggling, so enunciation, that might be the one. Or maybe just pronunciation. Either way, I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and load it into a box for now. I don't think we really need to keep it flowing, but may as well have a buffer of it. Oh cool, we will utilize water. No new recipes for us for now, but we're making progress, so we need the saline water to come up here. Do we want to do a few of these? What would we use a second one on? We at least have a second one, so we should use it. Butadiene. Butadiene. Okay, so the butadiene and the styrene, I don't think I've made either of those yet. I'm guessing they're available to us somehow though, right? Okay, so we can get butadiene and hydrogen from ethylene and steam. So we have a functional use for steam now. Styrene is from ethylene and benzene. I don't think I make benzene yet. I don't think I can make benzene yet. Unless it's spelled differently than I think it is. I do not have benzene as something that shows up here at least. So I'm guessing benzene's a little past us currently. So being that I can't do that yet, let's just assume that the plastic is off the table. Or I guess the rubber's off the table for now, and then we need to focus on instead using this for... Do we have ethylene? We don't have propane either. I think that these are both going to just be used for this, actually. I think I'm overthinking this pretty dramatically. I think this is just do 2 of these. Unfortunately, they don't have a throughput, but they are flippable, which is just a win on its own, frankly. Wait a minute, those are different fluids. Benzene probably comes from gluing ethylene together. What's the morals of like, or the morality of gluing ethylene together with benzene or vice versa? Is this something we should be experimenting with? I'm not a scientist, but I do have a lab coat, which I think makes me qualified. Alright, so this is going to be the saline in. Our saline doesn't really reach that far up here, does it? That's seawater, not saline. We might need to improve our saline soon. Hopefully not, but if we do, we'll need to take that into account. I think I'll move it so the purifiers, I'm gonna move them. Set them up how they were before for the sake of space, because they are in the way where I want space now. I don't think this is particularly pipe efficient, but it's space efficient, so good enough. Alright, apparently we're out of power poles as well. Give me more. You must construct additional power poles. Okay, so this should be easy to plug in now. I'll go into map mode briefly just so we can set this up. I think a lot of things are just going to be combining, like, because these outputs are just like gross water, right? Yeah, it's just wastewater. We already have like a wastewater offload here. So I'll set up another one that goes up here, and then we'll have it plug in. I don't know exactly where I want it to plug in. I guess I'll just bring them across like this. It shouldn't make a meaningful difference. There we go. We'll have to make a bunch of pipes if nothing else, but surprise, surprise. Craft a few in the meantime, finish setting up our stuff so the bots can just kind of do the hard work for us in a little bit. And this should be, I guess, part way of our job done. So I'll make silica, which we have some, but I think we picked up from a rock. It'll output the wastewater. Interesting, it says silica 1. I guess there's multiple silica recipes and they'll just be numbered, perhaps. We're gonna need so many heckin' pipes. We need to set up pipe automation like now. We have an excess of sand to do it as well, so it should be pretty easy. And we could use the stone bricks on it. All right, pipe automation is next. This has been put off for far too long. Let's at least get this on this part. We can fix the rest of it later, but for now, I would like to at least get the silica plugged in so I don't lose where I was. I don't remember what the silica is even being used for. Oh, it's for glass, right? It's just smelted at that point. Maybe I'll finish it then. It is in a foundry. Is that enough pipes is the question. Thinking the answer is probably no. I think we still need to craft one more of the undergrounds. Underground saved, hold on. Simply use a pump instead. Well, we can craft pumps now, which is quite nice too, though. Alright, cool. So we are now making silica. A small amount of it, but again, we can always scale things up. Getting our foothold is the most important thing right now. So I will go ahead and briefly sneak into map mode once more so I can just get this set up in the meantime. Set up a pump over here. Does the pump need power? It does need power. Unfork knife, but so it goes. I guess I'll use 2 of my long power poles, which are not called long power poles, but are basically long power poles. Oh no, the pipes are good. Cool, 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 cool. So let us go ahead and get this pump down, and then I guess I'll start producing the glass for now. It's very weird how the science is very much like short and done very quickly. But they are giving me a lot of things to work with constantly. There's really no like, I don't want to say there's no breathing room. Whoops, that's backwards. There we go, much better. But it's very much like always something new to figure out, which is cool. Very cool. I almost want to say it reminds me of Ultra Cube in a way. This has no other byproducts other than the wastewater. Wastewater is very easy to get rid of. And I have to imagine with a name like wastewater, it's not going to be used for much else, right? Do we have any foundries available? No, but we can make a metric boatload of them. So we will go ahead and make at least 2 for now. Honestly, something that kind of like scared me off of playing modded Minecraft long ago, I know I brought up a few times today, was seeing like chemical or combinations and whatnot for different recipes. Like that's scary stuff. Are you not? There's glass. I was like, where's glass? So you eat 0.1 per second, output 0.03 per second. You both produce 1.2 per second. Holy guacamole, that's actually like a crazy amount. So we would need 12 of these to satisfy one of these. Maybe I should keep the flotation cells down to a 1. Then again, if glass is really important, it's probably good to set up our foundries to compensate for that. So I'll assume that glass is really important. I mean, it is. It's used in a lot of stuff. You use it to see through. It's like a wall you can see through. What a novel idea. Regardless of that, I don't know if I want a stack of 24 foundries. That's so much. You've gotten smarter since then, so no problem for present, Miko. I hope so. I do feel like I've figured out a lot, but it still doesn't ever feel like enough. I think I'll make it with 12 in mind for now. Maybe just disconnect this one. I'm shocked at how ridiculously slow they are, though. It's not that big of a deal. It's just surprising. Again, I'm not going to build with beacons in mind. Yeah, it's just silica. Cool. So this will at least progress our tech in general. And we'll output over here. Look forward to my video essay of whether or not you need a chemistry degree to beat Nullius later on. Jokes aside, I should really like edit the Ultra Q playthrough. I got so many projects under my belt all the time. It's such a pain. Alright, let us go ahead and do power pulse. It's going to take a bunch of them here, unfortunately. Probably should have done those ahead of time. I'm guessing we need plastic for power pulse. We sure heckin' do. How's our plastic looking? Somehow at like the exact same depth of belt as it always is, which means it must have turned off. It did turn off because there's not enough fluid, because there's not enough methane, because not enough hydrogen, because we're full on chlorine and we're not currently dumping any more chlorine. I thought this was a chlorine dump. Ah, no, this was a hydrogen chloride dump. How else can we dump more chlorine? That's clearly a repetitive issue and not something we've solved successfully. Titanium tetrachloride uses it, but I don't think it's an option. Oh my gosh, PVC plastic with ethylene and chlorine would go crazy. Oh, Clownco. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, Big Iron. Hopefully you're doing great. It's been a little bit. What the heck am I going to use this chlorine on? I might not have a good answer for it now. I mean, hydrogen chloride works, right? Am I doing that anywhere? Have I done hydrogen chloride? Is that just like something we can do? We can't do it. The forbidden sippy. Alright, fine. I'll take a drink. Just this once, we'll drink some chloride. Can I dump chloride into the ocean? Or chlorine? It's a gas, so you shouldn't be able to. Oh, can I just void it? Am I being dumb? Is this like a... I think I tried to vent this before, didn't I? Yeah, chlorine mad. Wait, we went over this before. Chlorine mad. But what if it vented anyways? Alright, that's fine. I do remember that chlorine bad do not vent. However, we really need to get a solution to that sooner than later, and I don't think I have one right now. But it could be that I've missed one, so I've considered that. Hopefully it's not the case, though. Regardless, we are now successfully making glass, parentheses, fused quartz, and parentheses with the silica we're producing, so that's something. Apparently I didn't make 2 extra drills. I don't think it's even going to be necessary at this point with how slow we process it. I mean, theoretically we would need 2 extra drills, but Okay, it's like backing up effectively. Actually, it shouldn't back up though. I should make the drills. I regret everything I just did. It should be fine though. I can't imagine it'll be running all the time. For now, the glass is just being made and doing nothing anyways. But we're producing it, which means we're making progress on our glass specimen checkpoint. We need to make rubber and then steel ingot array. Steel ingot's been available to us for a very, very, very long time and will unlock what appears to be a good chunk of researches. I really need to make some steel ingots. Even if we're not going to use them at the interim, let's take a break from doing chemistry stuff and focus on steel ingots. I think that's a little bit more important. I think it's just iron ingot plus oxygen, is it? Or hydrogen or something? Is iron ingot plus oxygen. We have an abundance here of iron that's just sitting here doing nothing because apparently all of our belts have backed up. So it should be really easy for us to set up. What is it made in is the question. Is it a foundry or is it another smelter? It is a foundry, kind of expected. Let's go ahead and craft a few foundries. They seem like they're quite useful for us, so I'll make a few of them. And again, this is not going to be like our final setup or location for this. We're probably going to want a stack for steel. Off time, steel is very, very important. But for the time being, I just want to get our progress and see what we can do with steel. So that requires oxygen. Our oxygen is over here. We do make an abundance of oxygen right now, so I guess that's a good thing. If it was a material that we were already quite hurting on, it would hurt more. Oh, let's set up pipes after this too. I forgot about setting up pipes. I have an odd number of underground pipes. That is truly sad to see. How could this have happened? It's somewhere. We're never going to find it. It sucks. It's fine. Stop panicking. It's no big deal. Everyone has an odd number of underground pipes. That's just like a part of Factorio. They make them in an odd number sometimes. It's just like RNG. Alright, let's bring the pipes. I guess we'll do it from map for now. And we'll do a pipe. We'll do the underground ones. Heck. We take it all back. That's much better. We'll do it from over there instead, and then bring it up here. Alright, so our glass specimen checkpoint is complete. We can do a research, and it is just the capability of making lamps. Honestly, maybe putting lamps down soon would be a good idea, jokes aside. I think we probably want to move the solar panels and the grid batteries out as well, but as soon as we move the grid batteries out, then like all bets are off. We're completely out of power for a chunk of time because those batteries, and I guess maybe we'll be fine for a little bit. Okay, so this is going to be again a temporary thing. I just want to get that research done while I'm planning and doing other stuff in the meantime. So let's put down these and then we'll set up automation for pipes and underground pipes. And apparently pumps as well. Pumps are really important. I don't remember having to use pumps so much. It must be that they have much, much lower ranges. Perhaps that's the benefit of like pipe 2 versus pipe 1. Certainly speculating on that one though. Alright, cool. Handcrafting pipes is very annoying, so if we can finish it or do it for the final time, that'd be nice. We've unlocked illumination. We can fix our sensor node though. Hold on. Looks like it takes some glass to do. Okay, so it is just a what do you call it? A radar, which is fine. We can slam them down for now. They'll take power, which isn't the most useful, but maybe they'll reveal something interesting on the map. Like in Ultra Cube, we had to find that really far away node. That should be the remainder of everything we have broken, which is cool. It's very interesting that you get the recipe to repair it far sooner than the other one. Very, very interesting balance. I'll put one at the top and one at the bottom of our base so we can see it from everywhere. Give us a little bit of vision in this spooky world. Why are they turning so slow? I guess because the wind is so bad at the moment. I should probably improve that as well to get a better wind farm. Okay, so this is good. Everything is fine. Output is full because we just don't smelt that quick. That's okay. This is all good. Right, this is double fed into that, so we're okay. How are we doing on this? You have an output of carbon dioxide and gravel. Okay, cool. I did not pay attention. I thought that was two different inputs. We should be able to vent carbon dioxide, right? Surely. Seems like a fine gas to put into the ozone, right? It looks to be fine. It has the gas icon and then has this, so I assume we're good. Alright, sweet. So we're making a little bit of excess gravel, but we're making some steel ingots, so hopefully that'll progress that soon. Alright, pipes. I keep getting distracted. Alright, let's do our little itty assembling machines, which are very cute. Let's go see what the recipe is for these really quick, though. Actually, it's gonna be just a moment. Hopefully we can just make it our little mall area here and keep it kind of close. If not, that's fine as well. But we don't have bots bringing us stuff right now, so being able to go one stop and pick up everything is obviously going to be ideal. So it is stone bricks for that one. Outputs some gravel as well. Do we have anything like to do with our gravel yet? I guess not. Hopefully we solve that sooner than later because it's been a while coming. That is a pipe and sand. So I'm going to have it over here, I suppose, because we have sand over here already. So we can feed the sand from here over to there. Although that might only be a little bit of temporary sand. I don't think sand returns here thinking about it. Yeah, second thought, that's not going to work out. Completed our steel ingot array checkpoint, which means we can start doing some steel working, which is steel rods, steel beams, steel sheets, and then steel gears. Very standard compared to what we had previously with the iron, except for I suppose we don't have the cabling or whatever it's called. We don't have copper. I wonder if we'll get copper at one point. That would be interesting. So with all of these stone bricks, we will go ahead and set down something, which was an assembling machine, and I didn't forget, you forgot, so don't even accuse me of forgetting. I think we'll just do it right over here. Cool, steelworking is finished. Second thought, I changed my mind again. I want to put it over here. I know this isn't pulling from that box, but it doesn't really have to. This will make it a lot easier for us to get rid of our gravel, I think. Because this is normally a gravel line right here. So if we made... Actually, wait. No, it's super easy right there. I was wrong. I want to move this a little bit, and then it'll be super easy. No, it's not easy, because I'm going to have to use a splitter of my own. I changed my mind for the 4th time. This is where I actually want it. Sorry about my indecision. It's in fact one of my charm points, I promise. So now we're going to want to put down, whoops, our inserter out. I guess we can insert out over here. And then we can do a splitter, which we can bake into this line, actually. And then we make our pipes. And the pipes will go through and the gravel will not. This will be our underground pipes, which will require sand. We don't actually have any sand production over here, though. So what I'm going to do instead is I think I'm going to bring the pipes on a belt across the base. Which sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but we make sand right here, so might as well, right? Surely pipes are going to be used in other things, too. So I think having pipes on belts is, like, seldom a terrible idea. I'll have the pipes go over here, and then I'll have 2 boxes. It's going to be a little bit far from the rest of our mall, but that's fine. Important thing is making it work for now. Have this go up here. Actually, I'll do it like this. It'll look a lot nicer, I think. Sweet. So now we can place our 2 boxes here. A power pole as well. That is a big crafter. That is a huge waste if I'm going to use a big crafter there, actually. The shape of it was very convenient. Okay, this is fine now. So let's move this over 1. Then we can plug it in much easier. It goes around there. Have it go up one more, and there we go. Now we have pipes and underground pipes automated. Good enough. We'll use up the sand from over there, which is nice. Why aren't you sanded? Because you have stone. All right, that's fine. You won't normally have stone. Awesome. I think we'll limit this actually like fairly high. I don't really feel like we can have too many pipes, so... Okay, steelworking is done. Let's queue up tool making as well. Plumbing 3. Oh, good. We can get pipe 2. Looks like plastic is what's in pipe 2. Definitely going to scale up our piping. We really need to deal with gravel somehow. Maybe it is time to turn it into landfill. I don't know. I was expecting like something else for the gravel, but we haven't quite gotten there yet. Either way, let's queue that up. Waste management. Sand disposal. All right, so we have a way to get rid of sand, which is something. We can get rid of gravel. Gravel can turn into mineral dust. Literally every time I'm like, I really need to deal with this problem, the mod spits out a solution right after. It's crazy. So what does mineral dust do? That with hydrochloric acid creates sludge and carbon dioxide. Sludge treatment is sludge in seawater makes wastewater. I'm guessing we can't put sludge back into the water on its own, and we have to turn it into wastewater. That's my expectation. It's probably too thick or something. We can deliberately make gravel from crushed iron. Why would we want to do that? Maybe it'll make more sense in a little bit. Calcium carbonate makes mineral dust, and then we can make landfill out of landfill gray tan and sludge. What the heck does mineral dust do? Consume 200 mineral dust. Oh, I guess we could just turn it into sludge. Right. All right, so weird. So our processing for gravel, which by the way, we have a massive backload of right now, is turn into mineral dust and then combine that with hydrochloric acid. Turn that into sludge and carbon dioxide. We can vent the carbon dioxide, I think, without any trouble. Process the sludge with seawater. And then we can dump the wastewater as soon as it's processed. So as long as we can turn it into sludge, it's really the hydrochloric acid, which I'm hopeful is going to be good for us, actually, because, like, hydrochloric acid is going to take hydrogen chloride, which I think we're just dumping right now anyways. And water, which we're also dumping. Cool. This makes sense. Weirdly enough, I'm surprised this makes sense to me. This is all really confusing, but it sort of makes sense in a way. We can now make small chest 2, as well as large chest 1, which is good, because large chest is very useful. Large cargo pod 1. Ah, that's something we can equip, which gives us a speed penalty, but a bigger inventory size. We don't have access to aluminum yet, so it's kind of fun. I mean, we can see the aluminum right there, but we can get this without access to aluminum. Aluminum production, there's so many sciences to do now. Wait. Refractory brick in a crucible. It's used for silica. Suddenly, there's just all of the sciences available. Metallurgy 2 is going to go crazy, though. That's actually really significant. Hey, I'm gonna just queue a bunch of stuff. We've hit like the few checkpoints we need to successfully hit to start getting things really like flowing. Wait, what's tool making too? Does that give us a new thing to make? It doesn't. It just gives us better mining and deconstruction speed. And crafting speed too. It's very interesting. I don't think I've ever played a mod pack where you have crafting speed as like a passive thing you can upgrade. Or like character crafting speed. The long-awaited sequel to Brick. It's kind of crazy, though. Wait, put that back. I'm sorry. I thought that was extra. Why are you cooking so slow? Okay, you're actually so slow. We need twice as many pipes. I'm used to pipes being, like, fairly quick to make, so I'm a little bit surprised they're so slow. Volcanus does something to me, I guess. These are slow. At least it makes 5 at once, I suppose, but still. This is half a pipe per second now. Half a pipe isn't very useful because when the liquids go in, it often flows out the spot where it's not pipe anymore. So ideally we'll have 1 pipe per second eventually. We did set up that automation we wanted to get done. We're ripping through science now. Now I know what you're thinking. 7 SPM is pretty big for me. It's true. But I figured I'd push myself this round and see if we can make it a little bit better. Okay, so inorganic chemistry 2 is where we really need to, like, buckle down. That's going to make everything doable. We can start getting rid of our most annoying byproduct, which is the gravel. So we're going to want to set up... I'm going to make a note for it. We need to start making notes because there's so many things that go on. Sludgeum. Sludgeum will mean something to me at one point, I'm sure. So we're going to want to take the gravel. I'm going to take the sand out of here. I thought I was initially going to store both here, but not going to be the case. It's not really a good place to store sand, although we don't have sand as a byproduct of like anything right now. We're deliberately getting sand out of this, but that's it. I guess I'll make another small chest and just put it over here. Hopefully it'll drain eventually. Seems like this side is a lot less pulled from, so it'll work out. Some steel ingots as well. Okay, I was feeling a little bit like lost for what I should be doing. Why are these not running? Or are they running? They are, okay. Let's go ahead and try to focus on getting the gravel processed. That seems like a very, very important thing. There's a lot of stuff we just unlocked at once though, so I was slightly overwhelmed. But let's go ahead and fix the gravel. So we need to turn it into sludge. The recipe for sludge, or I guess mineral stuff first. Sludge treatment is there. What's it? Mineral something or other. Crushers. I'm willing to bet we're gonna need a lot of crushers. Let's start by crafting a good chunk of crushers. We'll do 4 of them for now. I think we'll need more regardless, but let's start there. I think something we may want to do is just have it so that our gravel goes elsewhere as well. Should really set up undergrounds. So now that we have underground pipes 1 done, it should be really easy to do underground belts. But for now, this will have to do. My thought is that we'll do sludge somewhere over here because it's so many fluids involved. Alternatively, I might do sludge up here as well. I think having a natural flow where all of our waste goes this way could be positive for the future though. But cutting right through here is kind of obnoxious. Metallurgy 2 is done, so we can make our better smelters, which is a nice boon. Let's put down our crushy washies over here. Heck amount of belts, but thankfully we have them automated, so there should be a bunch of them waiting for us. This is really like different parts of my brain being used than Cube. For Ultra Cube, it was like, I don't know how to describe it. I was thinking way more about like keeping everything as compact as possible, so I'm trying to shake that like that mindset that I've developed, because we don't really need to do that as much now. In fact, I think it could be a downside for us to try to make things too close together. I'm gonna go ahead and rescue some pipes over here and have this just go around the back. Since I'm going to this area, we'll change this over to mineral dust gravel. Then our gravel will go into here. We'll set up some power poles. Again, I think we're gonna need way more than this, just a gut feeling. It's hard to tell how many we make per second. I guess it's not that bad, right? I could just go ahead and look at gravel specifically. Looks like we peak at making about 60 per minute. Our average is 32 though. These will consume far more than that. So that's good. This should be a good thing. It'll take a while to backlog them, though. Worst part is I'm going to process all of them, and then they're going to be like, oh, by the way, gravel's actually like the most important thing in this mod pack. You didn't realize it was secretly calcium? And I'll be like, dang it. It's always calcium. Alright, so we're crushing into the mineral stuff over here. Which we then need to put through... Actually, I'm going to make a note too. Furnace upgrade. There's going to be a lot of pins. I never used them for the longest time, but now I think they must be a thing. This mod pack will calcium you way more than once. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Getting calciumed was truly what's a good way to put it? An awakening experience. Definitely a unique one. What the heck do I put you through for sludge? I forgot already. Let's go to the Factorio Peter. Thank goodness it's on. Sludge. So sludge is made in... Is it flotation cells? Okay, it looks like it's flotation cells in like everything. But not... Could we turn sludge back into mineral dust? Wait. Not Houston. I don't want to see Houston. I'm getting lost in the sauce here. Let's just go back to the tech. It's easier that way. Waste management. Perfect. So mineral dust and hydrochloric acid turns into sludge in a flotation cell. In the sludge dehydrator. Or the tech is the sludge dehydrator. It's true. It's true. Let's make a flotation cell. Go into map mode so we can build for a little bit. Apparently we're out of battery. That's kind of surprising. Maybe the windy season is over. Jokes aside, we are eating a lot of power with those electrolyzers. We must expand our power once more. Next project's going to be power. I'm going to move it up the list as well. That'll be our priority list for now. It'll be easier to visualize what we're working on. Okay, so it is a flotation plant spelled without an A because that is how we do it here in Nullius land. We will do the sludge. How much do you eat? You eat one... You produce 1.66. Well, we may as well do both of them here. I think I'm going to do it out here so we have a little bit more space, though. I know I kind of bent it downward, but... Wonderful. So there, we can bring that across. I'm going to rotate them so that the fluids are easier to deal with on the outside. Since we have... one in and two outs. We'll have the one in go this way and then two outs go that way. Should be a little bit easier for us. Okay, so that's going to be something I think we're destroying right now. We have literally none of it. Surely we can make hydrogen chloride in another way. But I do think it just kind of goes and disappears effectively instantly. Does. But it's like for the brine. Let's check the recipe. Surely there's another... what was it? Is it sodium chloride? Hydrogen chloride. Hydrogen chloride. I mean, I can just make it from hydrogen and chlorine on its own, right? I'm just making it as a byproduct right now, so we need to make our own maker of it. We have an abundance of chlorine. I don't think we have as an abundance of hydrogen, though. Hydrogen is still, like, wicked in short supply. So if we can improve the hydrogen setup as well, that would be nice. So let's look at hydrogen and hope that something pops up because I really don't know how to get more hydrogen reasonably. I'm doing water electrolysis right now. It's not producing enough. I wonder how the ratio is for steam. I mean, the steam electrolysis kind of goes crazy. Maybe it's not that good. I mean, we make steam out of hydrogen and oxygen, so it's probably just like reconverting it back, maybe at a loss even. I'd be very surprised if turning it into steam and then de-steaming it would make more. That uses hydrogen. Makes brine. Don't really have that many options, do we? I can't help but feel I'm missing an important one, though. It's really tough to differentiate between the different recipes and whatnot, though. Since it says what it's used in here, which is fine, but I'm looking at, like, ways to make more of it. We're doing the water. The saline electrolysis is the main thing we're doing to make it. If we can make more normal water, then that would be, I think, the most ideal, depending on how much saline it takes. But we don't really make water on its own, right? It looks like the primary way is through this recipe, which I don't think we've actually done before. So we should set this up instead, right? Set up a distillery that makes saline water into water and brine. Seems logical to me. Then we can use that to progress. I don't remember exactly how anymore. My poor brain. Let's just do it step by step. That sounded good, at least to me in the beginning. Oops, not air separation. Yeah, okay, saline water is abundant, right? Is that the one that we pull right out of here? That's seawater. But I still think we have plenty of seawater right now. I don't think it's a problem. Water and brine, and then the water can go into the water electrolysis. So it should be good. This should be good. In my mind, this is okay. It might not be. It might be really, really not okay. But in my mind, it's totally cash money right now. So let's make another distillery. Just kidding. It takes stone bricks and a filter. Hello again, filter maker. So nice to see you. Go ahead and slurp some stone bricks off somewhere. They're so far away. Alright, so let us make our distillery, which is in one of these tabs. There we go. This should be good. I mean, beforehand, I didn't really see a reason to make more water. It just seemed like a downside. Though we don't have a solution for brine yet, so it's not like a complete easy solution. But it might work. It's gonna like do something. If nothing else, it won't do nothing. It will do something. Whether that something is notable or not remains to be seen. But now we are making water, so we can do water electrolysis, hopefully regularly. It looks like we can do it regularly now. The downside of this potentially is that if we don't spend all of this all the time, we're gonna end up behind on, like, this isn't gonna be able to dump. So I probably need to use a pump here, actually. Pump in a storage sounds like a better idea. So we'll do a storage tank. Is that not what it's called? Medium tank one, my mistake. That was a real blunder on my part. Alright, medium tank one can go here. Then we'll do a pump just so we can have it so that this pump will only kick on when this tank is like below, like, we'll say 5k. That way this will have the priority to dump everything still, because this is a byproduct. The byproduct always needs to take priority. Even though this is excess, like, this should make it so it won't break down the line. Save us a little bit of trouble. So plug this in over here. We'll have it enable disable based on the water. Make sure we get the right one. And if it's below 5,000, you'll kick on, which should be effectively all the time. For now. Probably. The brine already filled up? No, the brine's not connected fully. Cool, 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 cool. That is still like a solid chunk of brine being produced though, so it's something we're gonna have to deal with. Hopefully that helps though. It looks like the hydrogen should be better. I should really make a storage of hydrogen so we can keep an eye on it. I think having a medium tank or whatever they're called for like all of these is like a very, very good idea. Even if it's just to monitor. If we had circuits and stuff, I'd like to kind of set up like a visual area to see what our fluids are like. Okay, I guess I won't put it over there. That was my mistake. I don't even know where I'd put a pump to justify that. I'll do it over here. This feels like a more logical spot for a pump. Actually, where would you even put a pump here? I'm just trying to attach it to the side. You need a pump here? Aw, nuts. I just want to track how much is in there. What if I put it at the very start? Then you can't complain. Heck. We can't check my like one pipe. I should go pick up some pipes and stuff. I haven't done that yet. Okay, no undergrounds. Okay, that's fine for some reason. Oh, that's because this is all isolated. Now it's not fine. We figured it out. It looks like it's just over here. That's not that big of a deal. One pump on the side is going to be just fine for us. Let me just copy that pump there. Paste it there. Hopefully that's fine distance-wise. It's not. It needs to be over here. I want to remake this entire section again already. Okay, so now... we're still very far behind on hydrogen. But this is helping. Certainly. It still doesn't really solve our initial problem of the lack of hydrogen chlorine. I mean, I can stop sludging it, I guess, but like... still not a very satisfying output. Plus we have chlorine just like backed up anyways. I will stop sludging it, if nothing else. And then we can use the sludged one. But like, what the heck am I gonna do with all this chlorine? You think I'm made of chlorine or something? I mean, I kind of am made of chlorine at this point, which does not seem very healthy, for the record. Okay, so these all connect now, and we want these to go up to our sludge processing, right? Wait. What the heck is hydrochloric acid? I thought that's what we needed. What is a hydrochloric acid? Ah, no. I was like jumping through hoops for this. What the heck is hydrochloric acid? They're not the same thing. Hydrogen chloride and water. Okay, that's fine, actually. I guess I'll step back on the caustic solution usage for now. Maybe it'll be useful later, but for now it seems like a recipe that we don't really need. Hydrochloric acid. Okay, cool. Pick this up. This will need the water, which is fine. I mean, we could theoretically leave it there, kind of. No, we shouldn't leave it there. It's a terrible idea. Okay, so we can put it down here. That's caustic solution, so leave that over there. It's living its best caustic life. We're gonna live our best, ideally not caustic life over here. This is technically a bad idea. Having it right after the pump could lead to issues later down the line. You make 40 per second. How much do each of you use? Use 6 per second. Great. You can, one of these can feel so much. So it only puts out hydrochloric acid and nothing else. There's no byproduct for the first time in all of Nullius. I don't think that's actually true. Wow. Okay, that was the wrong line. I was like, why are you actually outputting right? Let's combine all these. So now this will get hydrochloric acid from the tank over there. or I guess the hydrogen chloride, which is not hydrochloric acid because you gotta add some water to it first to turn it into an acid, apparently. Today I learned... I feel like they're like qualifying me to like create a bomb or something at this point. Chemistry is scary. Also kind of neat, but scary. Let's go grab some pipes now. How are we doing? Almost 400 pipes. And then 76 undergrounds. Good enough for me. It'll make do for now, at least. Gonna get rid of the sludgeum, because we are working on the sludge now. This is our hydrochloric acid. We'll bring it up here, and then we'll just go across here. Can probably redesign it later if we want to do more of them. Heck. Should really just make a bunch of pumps, because clearly I'm going to need a bunch of pumps by the end of this. Aw, heck, it doesn't fit. That's fine, we'll do a normal power pole here. Figured we could have pipes touching and just use the one power pole, but it doesn't seem like it's viable. Alright, so now we just need to... I mean, I guess we need to bring power over there anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference. Boom. So now we are successfully turning our mineral dust into sludge and carbon dioxide. I think right now we're just venting the carbon dioxide. I don't think there's another... Oh no, we use it over here. But we have an abundance of it, so I'm going to just vent the carbon dioxide over here. I hope the vents aren't too expensive to use, or the chimneys, excuse me. But we don't need it. We do want the sludge, which then I think we combine with water, and then we can get rid of it. I hope. We're going to have to expand on this design, but the important thing is understanding how it works at its core to begin, I think. Oh my gosh, it's been 5 hours? It feels like I've been streaming for like 20 minutes. Holy cow. It's like playing Factorio for the first time. Okay, so... sludge treatment is sludge and fresh water. The heck is fresh water? Is that something I make somewhere? Oh my gosh, it's a new type of water. I don't have research yet? No. Did I do all this for nothing? There's no chance. There's got to be something else. I don't believe it. I must have just missed it somewhere. Okay, it's just sludge and seawater. Thank goodness. I can't believe fresh water is a thing too. You really don't think about how much water it can be like involved in something until you play something with 40 gorillion types of water. Seawater is very easy though. So now we will pipe this together with our sludge. I thought I had an extra outfall. I didn't realize I was using both of them still. Oh no, I must have used it for a construction thing. Because I'm pretty sure I still had one. Okay, so we set up... What building was it? It was... hydro plant. Makes sense. Takes more of those pesky filters. Unfortunately, I don't have iron sheets. I really wish I could have bots supplying me things right now. It's gonna be really nice when we unlock it, though. Maybe I should make a buffer box of those materials as well. Probably a good idea. I hadn't done it before. Oops, gotta move that over one more. So that that belt can go back and it won't get all gobbled up later on. Craft a few more small chests really quick. Wonderful. Okay, so hydro thingummy what? Right, we need to make the filters. I didn't make them yet. Oh my gosh, getting stuck on pipes is such a bad feeling. They should change all the pipes in the world to be walk-throughable. If Factorio or playing Factorio doesn't put you on a government watch list, get a refund. That's really how I've been feeling with this mod pack. I know chemistry is like dangerous at its core, right? I mean, it's a good thing, but it's also dangerous. It's also acting confusing. Alright, hydro plant 1. Honestly, we could have probably taken one of these. Why are you not running? You are running. You just have a box going to. Never mind. Good job running. In the meantime, too, we should probably set up a storage for this science as well. Just while we're in the neighborhood. Cool, 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 cool. I think the more, it's very much like Ultra Cube, where as long as everything is running, you get a better idea of where things are backing up. And if things stop running, like the iron, we could have issues. I guess we'll have less so, I don't know. It just feels good to have everything running. So, we have our hydro plant. Pog, we did it. Hydro plant. We have 2 of them apparently, even better. Good things come in pairs or something. So, this comes down here. We need seawater to go in as well as sludge. Sludge connects right there. Boom. This is brine, but we need seawater. We're pumping seawater right here. Maybe we can just eke it out right here? Apparently I had some pipe 2s left, so those are getting used up now. Might as well commit to the rest of it as well. Alright, cool. So, grab one of our big power poles. Why do you have so little sludge? That's actually so worrying. You should have all of the sludge, to be honest. Oh, because of carbon dioxide, I never sent up the chimneys. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, I was really worried. I was like, did I miss something really important? It is important, but a very, very easy solution. Okay, so now, as long as our hydrochloric acid can keep up, which I doubt it can, but if it can, we're getting rid of our gravel, finally. It looks like one of these plants is more than enough to dump it all, but it is surely dumped regardless. Wait just a minute, that's the exact same thing we're dumping over there, so I'm gonna just plug this into the wastewater over here as well. May as well save one of our machines. There we go. Oh, maybe it needs a dedicated one. No, there we go. It's ahead now. It just took a little bit of time. Cool, 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 cool. So, great. This works on its own as long as everything keeps up. Obviously, like, that's really what it is. As long as everything keeps up, everything's good. But we're processing gravel and getting rid of it, which is very, very nice. So it means our furnace stack will not just eventually break. Let's check out how we're looking at gravel now. It'll be a little tough to tell exactly. It looks like we're consuming 4 times as much as we're producing, which is awesome. Generally, you don't want to see the graph looking so unfavorable, but in this case, we absolutely do. So we can get rid of gravel. Let's go check gravel really quickly to make sure I don't have to save any for anything. Can use it for straight rails, which could be important, but that should be easy enough to get rid of, or get more of them at least. Ah, heck it. That's a future Miko problem. I'm just glad we set that up. That was cool. That was cool. So that's another checkpoint. Gravel disposal is done. We have one more checkpoint left, which is rubber specimen. However, it looks like we get access to medium assemblers, which makes them both faster and slightly bigger, which has their own boons to it. We have barreling, as well as a barrel pump, which is fills or empties barrels with fluid. Is that a machine? It appears to be a machine. So it's a unique machine for barreling stuff. Barrels take steel, one-way valve, and plastic. We have a mining productivity we can queue up, so we may as well grab those that we can. Adjustable inserter length? No way that's possible. Really? That's like the coolest thing ever if that's the case. I don't know how that'd be possible though. I guess they just can do it. Crazy. So I guess we'll get long inserters, but they'll be the same as our other inserters. Saves us a bit of headache setting up automation for them, so I'm not going to complain. Heck, I really want to try that out now. Thinking about extremely long-handed filter inserter. That's so cool. We need to pass one more check, though. No, we have to do the rubber specimen check ahead of time. That's fine. Either way, we can get medium automation machine thingy. Mass production one. Can start producing aluminum. Aluminum is crushed bauxite and caustic solution for sludge and aluminum hydroxide. I guess I'm glad I just set up the sludge processing because it looks like we would have had to right now anyways. Alumina is from aluminum hydroxide. Aluminum carbide in water produces hydroxide. Alright, I'm not processing literally any of this. This has been really fun, but my brain is fried right now. I'm reading all this and saying the words, but they are going absolutely nowhere. Which is to say, I'm gonna wrap up here, I think. My poor brain. This was a lot of fun, though. We'll definitely do more Nullius tomorrow. We'll do more Nullius tomorrow and Wednesday, for sure. But I'm gonna wrap up here, because my poor brain definitely needs a break. This is regrettably the actual process for making aluminum. That is super regrettable. I had no idea. But yes, that was fun. Hopefully you had a nice time. Very fun so far. There's a lot of upgrades and stuff to do. Tons of stuff to do. But we'll get back to it tomorrow. Hopefully you had a nice time. I know that I did. And hopefully I will see you next time. Bye for now.